Almost all here. Yay, all right, we're all here. Good evening, everyone. I want to start
Oh,
with a bit of housekeeping because I really need you to help my memory. I'm not going to try to find the document. So I mentioned to you there were a few dates that we had didactics that had not yet been assigned. And one requested didactic, I think, was from Kate about moral injury. And so I've confirmed Terry Romarium, a recommendation from Joseph to present on November 26th. He's going to come at 5:30 p.m. So it'd be great for us to try if we're able to log on a few minutes before that so he can start as close to 5:30 as possible. The person that I wanted to have, Dr. West, I can't have because of CP, the policy of the center. But I did ask him to send some information. He was so gracious. After I had scheduled him, I had to go back and cancel. And he did. So I'm going to forward you those resources that he sent, but he's not the presenter. But I'm just going to share it with you. And then by November 26th, Terry may have something that he sends to us in advance, but that one's scheduled. Now, I sort of recall there was a request for another one. Can you remind me, or if it wasn't in my head? Maybe in my mind, I said, "Oh, I'm gonna recommend taking one of the free didactics to revisit spiritual assessment tools." But oh, is that what you're recalling to, Alice? Okay. So that's one, and then we still have one more left. Alfredo?
yes.
Yes. The the didactic
Yeah,
for
yes.
go,
Yes.
it's your time. Action.
All right. Oh, how you wanted to do that? You wanted to read all the,
I don't know. So
I don't know, like,
I don't want you to read anything. So we might not be on the same page. I apologize. I am very sleepy. And so I'm a little silly. Oh, wait a minute, Alfredo. We're not on the same page. So hold on just a second.
all right.
Um, so in conversation, we talked about a potential didactic. And I said, but you need to bring it to the group.
Oh, yeah. What I want to do it is I ask you if it's something that I can read it or study for the board certification application of our or exam because I want to get my is what I call pre certification
Provisionary
or
certification.
provisional certification because I don't want to wait until I finish the 2000 hours of clinical, uh, yeah, the clinical hours to submit everything. So I want to submit as soon as I finish the course. And that way my mind is going to be clear, it's going to be fresh. Okay. And I wonder what uh, can you provide to me to help me to be the most ready I can for the exam.
Very good. Thank you. So I sit on the board certification interviews, and I'm aware of what the most common missed questions are, both on the application and in the interview. And I'm also aware of what interviewees do in that 60 minutes to potentially 90-minute time period. So what I proposed was a mock interview, not the content of how to do it. I can send you all that didactic, but just do a mock interview. And what I proposed was Alfredo would be the interviewing applicant, and all of you would be the interviewees. And I'm going to direct Alfredo to the questions that people most often get wrong and clue one of you to the setup that most people fall into that is problematic. And Alfredo said yes. And I said, Alfredo, do you know what mock is? And he was like, no.
I said no. Nope.
So, but he
Nope.
agreed. So that's what I was proposing with Alfredo in response to his, how can you help me prepare for board certification? Let's have a pretend interview and we're interviewing you. And Alfredo said yes. I said we have to ask the group. Group, what do you think? I appreciate your head nods. Thank you.
This sounds
I
fascinating.
think it's great
Okay.
for all of us. Thank you,
Yes.
Alfredo.
Yeah, I
It'll be
think it's a
wonderful.
challenge. I
Okay.
know.
All right. So it'll likely, Alfredo, be in December, but let me look at the schedule, see where's the
Yes.
best place to put the spiritual assessment, and then I'll get back to you and give you the dates. It's on the syllabus, what those open didactics are. Okay, thank you. So that's the only housekeeping I have. Any questions about what's going to happen the following week?
I have a question because I
Sure.
might actually be flying back from Boston on that
Session?
on that day. So
On
if
which day?
the 26th.
Okay.
I'll be in Boston from Thursday the 20th through the 26th.
You might be flying back.
The thing is, I say might because my flight, again, with flights now, nobody should be able to. I have gotten that so many times. My flight is supposed to be in LAX at 3, but I'm not, I might still be flying. So
Okay.
that day, what did we can miss a session, right?
So let me reframe that. There are additional hours, but if you've already missed time, that time is taken out of those additional hours. So each person can determine whether or not they can miss a session based on how much time they have left. And I think it's 100 and yeah, so for you, there is 6 hours over the 100 hours. For Audrey, it's 9 hours over the 100 hours because she had a site visit. And there's 3 hours for site visits. So unless you've used some of that time before, my recollection is you have during
You mean for
orientation.
IS?
For orientation, because the orientation hours count as well.
But I completed that with the I was supposed to do extended work, which I did, didn't I?
Okay, let's talk
Anyway,
about
we'll talk about in IS.
IS, but that's what you're working with. So on the 26th, thank you making us aware. If you're not here at 5:30, we'll go ahead and begin. And we'll be recording, and I can ask permission to share that with you if everyone agrees to that. Okay. All right. So now you know, so we can follow up. And I can look back at my notes. I have to look at my notes to know specifically where your hours are. And yes, IS is a part of that as well. Part of those total hours. Okay. And the 26th is the date that Terry's available, so I can't move him. I might be able to push him back though, but I'll ask. I'll check. I think he's in a different time zone, which makes that so difficult.
What you said IS is a part of that?
A part of the total 100 hours that you have to do in order to get credit for the unit. IS, our individual supervision time, is included. Okay, good clarifying question. So tonight we're gonna share the mid-unit evaluations, which all of you have submitted. Thank you very much. And then next week, when we gather, we're doing another verbatim. Okay, just bringing it to your attention. That'll be our third verbatim. Wow, we're okay. So now, Alfred, are there any other questions? Any other comments? Okay, then Alfredo, please take it away.
Okay, how you want me to do that? You want me to read the whole enchilada or?
You said it. I don't want you to read the whole enchilada unless
Okay.
you want to read the whole enchilada. I'm happy for you to present in a format that helps you best communicate to us where you are with your mid-unit evaluation, hopefully giving us some time for conversation. You do absolutely want to include the section where you give feedback to one another and
Okay.
the list of spiritual care practices that you did. But it's up to you how you want to present.
All right. So I don't know how am I doing. I'm not gonna do it, but let's see it.
You're gonna figure it out as you're going along. You have
Yeah.
you have an hour, so there'll be
Okay. I'm gonna
plenty
read
of
it.
time.
Okay, this is my mid-unit evaluation for the unit to be. I make some reflections about my race. I'm not gonna read everything. I'm just gonna read something that help you to know me, to know
Okay.
exactly who am I. And I am a Mexican born in a small town in the state of Michoacan. When I was 3 years old, my parents moved to Mexico City, where I grew up. At 19, I immigrated to the United States. By tradition, I identify as a Catholic, as Catholicism is one of the predominant religions in Mexico. Although I always believe in God, I did not consider myself a religious person. My egocentrism was very pronounced, coming from a culture often marked by machismo and violence. One thing that distinguished us was the passion with which we approached life. At the age of 26, I converted to Christianity, and that moment marked the beginning of a profound transformation. I began to realize that I had a specific calling from God. Over time, I noticed that I was already exercising pastoral care without seeking the title. Caring for others has become a priority in my life. For the past 32 years, I have served as a pastor with the Hispanic Church. This is now my fourth unit of clinical pastoral education, and CPE process has revolutionized my understanding of spiritual care. It has helped me span beyond culture and denomination boundaries, enabling me to provide spiritual care with greater, deeper openness and authenticity. I believe I am now growing in dimensions I never imagined possible. My religions, my education level. Education was not emphasized in my upbringing. Work was always prioritized, and school was secondary. Throughout my youth, I worked and studied simultaneous, but I often fell below academic standards. I left school during the second semester of high school to support my family financially. When I came to the United States, the same pattern continued. Work took precedence over study. It wasn't until my conversion to Christianity that I began to see the transformative power of education. I realized that the preparation and study were essential tools for growing and service. Since then, I have earned a certification in accounting, operated a real estate business for 20 years, completed a bachelor's degree in chaplaincy, and obtained a master's degree in theology with a focus on Christian counseling. I am now completing my fourth unit of CPE as part of my ongoing formation in spiritual care. symbol of my rules. I got the scriptures and I compare myself as a Christian in one of the first conference when I have almost a month to know Christ. And I received that scripture from one of the preachers in that moment. And that scripture ruled my life as a preacher, as a pastor. And is the biblical figure that symbolized my role as a chaplain is Esdras, whose life philosophy deeply inspired me. Esdras 17 say, for Esdras has prepared his heart to seek the love of Lord and to do it, and to teach in Israel statutes and judgment. The verse outlines for me principles that shape both my faith and my ministry. Prepare the heart. Nothing can be accomplished without a willing and open heart. Seek the law of God. A chaplain must remain a lifelong learner. Practice what you learn. Authenticity is demonstrated through actions. Teach others. Once I live and understood, knowledge become a gift to share for me. This progression represents the sense of empathy and spiritual care, sharing from the deep of life's experience to guide and support others in their own journey. This is my description and my goals. I'm not gonna read my description because it's the same as I wrote it,
Okay.
but I'm gonna read. See which one is. This is my goals, the third one. Okay, this one. Address is indicator. The evaluation one, through these units, I have been intentionally about developing consistent self-care practice that support my emotional and spiritual well-being. I have learned to recognize when I encounter with patients who had experienced trauma or suffering begin to affect my own emotional balance. Practice such a prayer, journaling, per consultation, and taking quiet time after emotionally heavy visit have been helpful in maintaining resilience. I have also begun integrating trauma-informed awareness by grounding myself before visit and being mindful of patients' potential triggers and coping machines. Need future focus. For the remainder of the union, I plan to strengthen my ability to practice self-regulation during and after visits, especially when exposed to intense emotional or complex family dynamics. I also want to be more intentional in recognizing signs of compassion fatigue early and addressing them through supervising and spiritual care. I'm sorry, I have to take this call. Mijo, estoy en clase. Llama a tu mami, por favor, Isma. Thank you. Bye. I'm sorry, I have to take this call. Was my son who is at the school and he is waiting for me to pick him up and I can. Okay, the remainder of the unit, I plan to strain my ability to practice self-regulation during and after visits, especially when exposed to intense emotional or complex family dynamic. I also want to be more intentional in recognizing signs of compassionate fatigue early and addressing them through supervision and spiritual direction. The C, relationship dynamic, the empathy. My evaluation, I have grown awareness of the importance of maintaining healthy relationship and emotional boundaries in spiritual care. I am learning to balance empathy with professional distance, providing compassionate presence without becoming overly identified with patients suffering in pastoral encounters. I have practiced settings limits when patients request personal favors or when emotional involvement could compromise my role as a chaplain. Need future focus. I recognize the need to continue refining the skills, especially in long-term or repeated encounters where family develops. My goal is to maintain clarity in my pastoral role, ensuring that my care remains grounded in professional ethics and focus on the patient's spiritual and emotional need rather than my own sense of fulfillment or rescue. Category D. My evaluation, I have continued to develop my communication skill by using active listening, empathy, and open-ended questions to create a safe space for patients to share their stories. I am increasingly aware of how tone, body language, and patient affects trust and emotion safety. Particularly for those who trauma stories, I have begun to apply informed communication principles by allowing patients to set the pace of the conversation and by validating their experience without judgments. I need future focus. Moving forward, I want to deep my awareness of nonverbal communication cues and culture nuances that may affect the patient's sense of safety and trust. I also aim to further refine my ability to communicate spiritual support within interdisciplinary teams using clear and professional language that conveys both compassion and clinical understanding. This is to stand the all work together in friends your faith. Number 4. Through this unit, my faith and theology have deepened in ways that move beyond intellectual understanding toward a more embodied and relational spirituality. Coming from a Mexican Catholic background, my early faith was shaped by tradition, community devotion, and the belief in God's presence through suffering and hope. CPE has invited me to revisit these beliefs, not as inherited doctrines, but as a living truth to continue to evolve through my encounters with patients, families, and staff. Through clinical ministry, my theology has shifted from being primarily text-based to become a live expression of compassion and presence. The experience of accompanying people in pain has transformed my understanding of God from a distant protector to a God who suffered with humanity, present in vulnerability and silence. This movement from knowing about God to experience God in others has been a profound change in my spiritual orientation. I have also become more aware of the gap between my professional theology that God's love is unconditional and my embedded theology, which sometimes react with judgment or emotional distance when faced with human brokenness. CPE supervision has helped me to identify these inconsistencies and to approach them not with guilty but with curiosity and grace. I am learning that spiritual maturity involves integrating both my head and knowledge and my heart theology, allowing my faith to be shaped by real human stories rather than abstract concepts. In this process, my Mexican cultural values of compassion, faith, family, and faith continue to grow me. They remind me that the spiritual is not only personal but communal, a shared experience of God's presence among people. My theology now feels less like a system of beliefs and more like a living relationship, one that calls me to embody love, justice, and hope through my ministry. Looking ahead, my goal for the remainder of Unit 2B is to continue integrating my theological convictions with clinical practice by remaining attentive to God's presence in every encounter. I want to deepen my capacity to translate faith into compassionate action, especially in moments of suffering or cultural tension. I also hope to cultivate I also hope to greater awareness of my embedded theology, ensuring that my words and presence reflect the inclusion and healing love I profess. In this way, my faith becomes not only something I believe, but something I live and offer to others through my vocation as a chaplain. Okay, these are the indicators. I'm not gonna read those ones. It's too much. Okay, I'm gonna read the evaluation for each of you. Okay, the first is Alice. This is my second time getting to know AG, and I have seen her tremendous growing in chaplaincy in this short time. Although it has not been easy for her, she has learned to navigate this growth process with great wisdom. Her calling as a pastor is indisputable, and her distinctive hallmark is her passion for writing and her love for souls. Her spirituality allows her to see little further than others. Her love for souls and for fervor for her work is deeply rooted in her heart. She is passionate about what she does and what she believes, and her Christianity perspective is always important. The well of knowledge she brings to the group is vital for everyone's growing. Listening to her comments is always a pleasure. I continue to learn a lot from her. She is a great woman of God. And also I can add her growing age is to keep the same spirit to learn, because I know he's going to be a really, really good chaplain. Yeah. And also, Casey, okay, this is my second time getting know Casey. The second union I take with her. I have learning a lot from her. Her work in prison is admirable, require great courage. The passion with which she pursued her vocation as a chaplain is evident in her every word. Her tender heart and kind spirit allow her to perform her work with greater professionalism. Her feedback within the group is tremendous, and the knowledge she's gained through CPEs has allowed her to function more freely. And I want to add with great respect that, as Scripture says in Malachi 3:12, all nations will call you blessed, for you will be a land of delight, says the Lord of hosts. And also I can add to his growing age, uh, be most truthful in what she knows. She has a tremendous wisdom in what she does. And then Andrew, in these weeks that I have known Aiki, I have been very struck now by her spirit and the openness she has shown to adapt to the chaplaincy programs, as this often require making dynamic change within our theology. And she has shown a tremendous capacity for adaptation and personality that is admirable. She will surely be a great chaplain who will bring a fresh vision to our clinical place. As a pastor, she is passionate and will surely know how to integrate chaplaincy with the pastoral, which will be very beneficial for her personal life and for the community she serves as a pastor. And her growing age could be keep doing the work, and you have a lot to learn in chaplaincy. This is just your first unit. My CP supervisor, Donna, this is a second unit I've been taking with her, and we meet weekly for individual supervisor. A conversation usually began with her asking me to share how I felt during the week. The conversation often leads me to reflect on events and knowledge my emotion, which might have simply been ignored. Personally, I have felt her sincerely in asking, not just for the sake of asking, but because she genuinely cares about me, not just as a student, but also as a person. Nana has taught me that importance of recognizing emotion is both my spiritual assessment and self-care, paying attention to what the people I provide spiritual care to say. She's also given me the ideas on how to achieve my learning goals. She's considerate when something happened in my work or personal life. Most important, I felt like Donna treated me not just as a student, but as a friend. For the whole group, I feel honored and blessed to be part of this new generations of CP members. I feel honored and blessed to be part of a group of people so unique in their personalities, with such cultural richness, filled with such variety gifts and talents that show us the multifunction grace of God. This is evident in the conversation, the textual presentation, and the IPR. There is not one in the group I will not want to work with anywhere, anytime. I have learned to be transparent and open with them, as I don't fear begin being judgment, but rather understood. They are generous in sharing their talents and knowledge. Each of them has a vast experience that has helped me growing not only as a chaplain, but also as a person. Thank you all of you so much for being the humans you are. I don't have any comment in the number 7, and I'm gonna read the number 8. Make a list of the self-care activities. Okay, the second week, I sit in quietly. I call it conscious breathing. I sit in quietly, in and deeply to my nose for 4 seconds, holding for 4 seconds, and exhale slowly through my mouth for 6 seconds. The benefit I feel, it reduce my stress, calm my mind, and improve my body-mind connections. The week 3, I walk. I take a walk for about 15 minutes and pay attention to my step, my breathing, and my surroundings, the wind, the sounds, the light. And the benefit I feel help me to clear my mind and promote gratitude and connection with the present. The fourth was a gratitude journal. I write down 3 things that I am grateful for that day. And that benefits foster a positive attitude and strengthen emotional resilience. And if I wake, I just take some glass of water, just little by little, thinking in a positive affirmation. For example, I take care of myself and nourishing myself with love. And that helped me to strengthen my body awareness and daily self-care. And the numbers week 6, I spend 10 to 15 minutes reading something that inspire me, my spirit. I read Psalms more often or make some reflection about them. And its benefit nurtured my spiritual dimension and brought meaning and inner peace to me. In the 7th week, I decided to turn off my device, not use anything. And I just been sitting in a chair, meditate, or play, or simply rest and improve my sleep quality and promote my mental and emotional balance. This is my midterm unit, and this is what I'm doing until now, and this is who I until now. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Alfredo. I can't help but notice how the speed of your reading very quickly went through my affirmation and then jumped right into the next section, and you didn't identify an area of growth. And I appreciate the affirmation. Thank you. It's pretty amazing to hear a student say that you feel like our relationship is not just as student, but as friend, because that
Yes.
so resonates with my theology of education, adult education. So thank you for that. And a friend, help me with an area of growth.
Oh, for me, it's so tough to see the area. And I don't feel comfortable when I do that because I thought I'm being just you. That's why I don't feel so comfortable to go deep or to try to find out something. And I don't take that time because I am afraid of doing that.
Doing that.
See? Because I believe that if I write down something like that, I'm being criticized you. And I'm sharing my feelings, okay? I'm
Okay.
not saying it's true, but that's the way I felt.
You know, it reminds
Help
me.
me to reframe, okay?
Okay,
I'm
don't
gonna
try
use
to
the
use
word.
my words on me.
Help me to reframe those feelings.
Oh, that's a great question, group.
Now I'm the co-recipient, okay? You are the caregivers.
Don't
What was
don't
the
don't qualify the situation. You asked them to help you rephrase it.
what was the question?
Eh?
What was the question?
Uh, okay, the question is, I say that I'm not feel comfortable to give the people the growing age, okay, something that they can do it to growing. I say something, but I'm not very sure. But I don't like to do that, to write it down. If you notice, I don't write down any feedbacks about growing age of each of you because I feel I'm scared and I feel if I do that, I'm being critical as you or judge you. And I don't feel comfortable doing that. Okay. And I ask you, and I ask Dana, can you reframe that? And the way I can understand different and help me to doing that? Because in the whole 4 units, I never do that.
Yeah, Alfredo, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kate. I would say that though that if it's I think you comes through giving feedback as something like is critiquing that person for the sake of critique, because you do that during the like verbatims and other aspect during the group. You do give feedback, you do give growing edge, and you actually do say maybe you should do this, maybe you should do this, and all of those are the goal of it is to make me be better. If you see something you can make me grow, make me be better. But if they're growing urge that are meant for some sort of see I got you, that kind of things, don't do it. Your heart says don't do it because it doesn't make anybody grow, right? But if it's something you see that is going to make someone be better, right? That extra eye is very important. And you actually do it during sessions in ways that are very receptive. So you do it. But I don't think it's unless you say I don't want to go there, but I don't think you should dig deep to find something to say you are not doing this right? If it's not there, it's not there. But I don't think going there necessarily that if it requires deep thought to try to find something, then that's not authentic. But if something you just know that I know this will make this person better, I will share it with her. She trusts me. I'm saying she because the rest of us are she. She trusts me enough that this is constructive ways things I see that will make that person better. Constructive criticism.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the person will feel attacked. And that
Yeah.
kind of attack doesn't make anybody, whether CPE or outside, you don't make somebody grow better by attacking them to say, I
Of course,
got
yeah.
you,
I understand. This is my fear that I cannot do it well. The feedback, as you say, I already doing that without intentionally to do it. I don't know if you understand me. I have to explain myself more clear. But you're true. But I feel like now that we are talking about this, I feel like it's triggered something inside of me. It's so something is triggered inside of me now. Since we are talking about this topic, I feel like it's triggered something inside of me that made me feel nervous. Okay, and it's interesting because I never feel that way. I never put too much attention on this. I think because I try to ignore them and go forward and don't face it. And now I'm face it. I just try to face my feelings. Yeah, it's the only way I can conquer my feelings, to face it. Because I ignore them as I was ignored them, I'm gonna be in the same position. But as you say, I can give it to you my feedbacks and what I see that you can do it to growing, to reach the place or the goals that you have in front of you. Okay? Like I can say to you, at least I know you study a lot, you have a lot of knowledge. Don't let that knowledge let your spirit flow. Spoke more from your heart than from your mind. That
See,
help you?
you're doing it.
That help you?
See, you're doing it, and it comes from the heart, right? No,
Yes.
there's no paper that's saying Alfredo do it, but you are just doing it, and it comes from the heart. And that is a feedback I want to hear, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have to intellectualize everything if I
Oh,
hear you, which is something I do a lot. So that coming from you, I know it comes from a good place. And
oh,
thank you for giving me that feedback on the spot.
all right. Okay. And I can do it. I can do it like that way. Thank you. Thank you for helping me to cross the bridge. Help me a lot.
Alfredo, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
I hear you, when you don't know, you're cautious. In this case, Donna specifically said, will you give me feedback? And then even still, I haven't heard it yet. Maybe you heard it for Donna. I didn't hear it quite yet. So, I'm just curious about that place where you don't want to do something and someone asks you to do something and kind of the courage wrestle that happens in there, what that looks like for you in this.
Yes. You nail it. I don't want to be there. It's the place that I don't like to be there. But now I understand that I have to be there. It's not exactly what I wanted to do, is what I have to do it. And it's gonna help me with the passions a lot. It's gonna help me to tell them, exactly why they need to grow in, to overcome the situations if you want to call like that. See? And that way it's more simple to do the things. As Alice helped me to do it. To see things that you can grow in, you know. It's more simple than I thought. I can tell you that. It's more simple. You know, like you, I can say, Kate, use trust in yourself. Trust most in yourself. I know you know God. I know you know the Holy Spirit. Trust, trust más in what you have than that about what you have. You have a lot to give. I mean, a lot to give. And so I can say my feedback to you. And I know that you know what I'm talking about because I can see in your face that you have a lot to give. Don't hold it. I don't know, but sometimes you get back to your office and think, why I don't say this if I can? Like you hold some words from the people because you are not sure if say or not. But trust, truth most in your spirit. Okay? Thank you for your words. Thank you, Alice. You see, you bless me.
Alfredo, I can identify with your feeling of it being challenging to give feedback. And for me, it's different reasons. One of the things that held me back or was challenging for me was because of where I am currently in the program and where you guys are. And so I'm questioning myself as to, I mean, do I even know what areas, you know, to address or whatever? So I'm just wondering, is your hesitance because you gave feedback to Alice,
Uh-huh.
but is your hesitance to give feedback to our educator, is it because she's the educator and you're the student?
Yeah. Yeah, what happened to me with the students and with the educators, I just try to break this ice on me, but it's more hard for her to tell Dana what she need to grow. It's as hard as you see it. But if I see her as a human, it's more easy, like I do with Alice and Kate. I see them more as a human because Alice has a lot of knowledge. I'm humble about his questions about and everything she does. And to tell something for her to growing up as a student is hard. She has too many degrees, and it's good. But as a student, it's hard for me to tell her. But when I saw her as a human, it's more easy. So I'm gonna see the people as a human, as a title, because as a humans, we have a lot to grow in. Anywhere you can see me, you're gonna see things that I have to grow in or I can grow in. Like you have to trust more in yourself and in the wisdom you have it, and in the spirit you have it. And you're gonna be a great, great chaplain. And you're
Thank
gonna
you.
and you're gonna see the chaplaincy tool you can use as a pastor in your congregation. And the way the chaplaincy prepares, to meet the people where they are and give us the message that they needed. But for you, I can see it, just trust in yourself and trust in the system.
Thank you,
Yes.
Alfredo.
Welcome.
Can we give feedbacks for his meet, or are we still not lingering there?
Are we
Excuse me?
still in what?
No, are we still on the feedback thing, or we can talk about
Yes,
this?
Alfredo, I don't know if he formally invited you to give feedback on anything you'd
Yes, I'm
like to
waiting
give
for the
feedback.
feedback of you.
And anything
Okay.
in his whole in his whole mid-unit
Let me
presentation.
let me record it.
You do not record anything. Alfredo, I really want to say I appreciate that finally you use the word compassion fatigue, because I think it's one of a hallmark of who you are, and that might literally be a problem. Again, I say that because it is my really green edge. I really try to say that to myself, that I shouldn't get to a place of compassion fatigue, because I like it, because even for these 2 units, I've known you, this is my second unit with you, and I really see how much invested you are with your care recipients, how much passion and compassion and empathy you have for them, that I've sometimes wondered if you don't go to that point of compassion fatigue. But I see you raising it as something to watch, that you don't go or stay there. So finally, I saw, I noticed that you raised that as an issue, and I want to say I have noticed that, and maybe it's because it's because of countertransference. I don't know, because I know that is my problem, and I know that you have that kind of heart that wants to really be empathetic, compassionate, and just go that far, and it can really lead to compassion fatigue. So I would say watch that, as you yourself have said, so your goals, I also affirm that you are really working towards your goal. You've been progressing with those goals very well, and I really see a lot of in your articulation. By the way, your English is very good. So please affirm yourself in that.
Thank
Your
you.
English
Thank you. Yeah.
yeah, I would say that in that domain, if I can give just sort of idea, is to work on pronouns. You usually call us he, we are she. So I don't mind that, but if you want to pay attention to one thing, the pronouns used for, because again, for our context is very okay, but if you go to your caregiving environment, and people that are very sensitive about pronouns nowadays,
Yes.
and you call somebody who is a she a he, they might not just know that is those pronouns might be in your language. It doesn't work that way. They would already start making, they'll go where they didn't need to go in their head. So that is one thing I would say. If you can practice it with us, with those
Yes.
pronouns, we
That's
are
what I'm
just one.
doing.
And for you, it's easy. It's very easy, because we are all she. You don't need to figure it out. We are she, right?
Yeah.
You need to use that. They're all women. So, but and you're really moving. I cannot wait to just see a board certified
I don't know
Alfredo,
how
who
am I?
comes back during my unit 4, come back to come and give us pieces of advice. So Thank you
Of
who you
course,
are
yeah,
always, and and
yeah,
please watch over being compassion fatigue.
yeah, you're right. You're right because now I can see and I start feeling and I'm worried and I know why. And the reason is because I'm being given 5 or 6 days a week a lot of energy. I give it to the people around. I'm being counseling 8 people at least per day. And a lot of them are so hard, spend a lot of time. And I have to seek for a place where I can just receive, where I can just be sitting and receive it. And I need to find a place, a really good place for me, where I can just receive. Because I give and give and give and give and give and give and give, and I don't have time to receive what I needed in the spiritual arena, as a refreshing thing. Maybe a conference. I have to find a place where I can spend a couple of days just receiving. Because in the hospital settings, it's just giving. I mean, I get there in the hospital at 7:50, and as soon as I check in, I hear on the speaker to respond to trauma one. I not even package my stuff when I has to go. I have to go because I was the first chaplain in the hospital this morning. So, well, I signed for that, so I have to be responsible. But thanks for letting me that and clarify that. I know I have to work in my English. I have my team in house who, oh my God, are behind me in those. So I'm learning, and I'm willing to learn. Thank you for clarify that. My older son, tell me, you have to speak more slow. You have to speak more slow because your English is growing. Don't say your English is bad. Look, he said, your English is growing. Spoke slow. Say, no, I don't speak very well English. Say, no, I don't say that. Say, my kid, I say, your English is growing. Just spoke slowly. Say, okay, I'm going to try to do that. Thank you.
Any additional feedback on any topic for Alfredo, whether it's a curiosity or just a comment? Alfredo, may I revisit something you said earlier? You pointed out, I saw your yes before you unmuted. Thank you. You pointed out that you want to grow in your ability to, as you said, read body language, which is such a helpful skill. And one of the things I found that helps me is if I pay attention to my body and both trauma-informed care and responding to what you said, when we were talking specifically about you giving me some constructive criticism, you said, I feel triggered. I feel uneasy in my body. And so I want to acknowledge that I heard you say that and acknowledge that I just decided, okay, what do we need to do here now? And then you said that I feel scared and you were invited by your colleagues to keep talking. And so you talked through it. You moved from that place forward. And I heard you say you felt it in your stomach. I saw you move your lips a little different than you normally do. I'm not close enough to tell if your breathing changed. It wasn't visible here. You scratched your head, but it may have just been itching. But you scratched your head a couple of times. Are you aware, if you're comfortable with sort of revisiting that space, paying attention to your body and
Okay.
seeing if you can recall anything else that was happening in your body when you said, I feel triggered?
Yeah, my hands start sweating. I start moving in my chair.
Mm-hmm.
I start moving my foot, my legs, doing this in my hands
Mm,
because I feel uncomfortable. I try to control myself to not move myself too much because I am aware about that.
mhm,
You can see in my reading, sometimes I read slow and somehow I start reading faster, and then I go slow, and then I
mhm,
go faster because the insecurity I have in me.
mhm.
And I start reading those on my own body.
Yeah.
I start playing with my lips, with
Mhm,
my teeth on my lips. See those little uh, body, I can say body language
mhm.
or gestures that I do it with my face, saying something. Yeah.
That's great self-awareness. And it can be, maybe for you as well, a path to increasing your awareness of others. And
Mm.
for me, I know just because I'm shaking my leg, and for me, it means I'm nervous. I may observe someone else's leg shaking, but I don't assume they're nervous. I will just say, I notice your leg is shaking, and leave it at that. If they don't respond, I'll say, what are you feeling? But usually just I notice is enough. And then the person tunes into it and they're able to do what you just did. Say, hey, I feel uneasy. I feel uncomfortable. These are all the things I did. And that in trauma-informed care is a grounding of the person because they're in their body triggered in, but now you're bringing them in thinking about it, which is in a way drawing them away from the emotional reaction that's the trigger in the past experience. So you're sort of grounding them and making them think about it. And it can create a safe space for them to explore it further. But I always ask, do you want to explore that further or not? It's okay if you don't. Just continue to give them control and a sense of safety as to whether or not they want to explore it further.
Okay.
And when you hear trigger, even though I know it's kind of become a not a cliche, but a frequently used expression in our culture, but we like fire. We take it seriously every time. Okay, what like you said fire, as
Yeah.
opposed to just dismissing it as they don't mean it. They may actually mean it. And I think you meant it. And I think your willingness to go back here now is so helpful, and to name all those things and share that with us here now. So thank you. Thank you for your sharing of your reflection.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to watch you in real time, give constructive feedback to everyone on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for me. And then thank you for telling me why. I appreciate that too. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Are you all done? How are you feeling now?
More relaxed, you know.
Yeah, yeah, no more.
I'm done. I'm finished.
Yeah, you're done. Your mid
Yeah.
unit is done. You are more than halfway through your
Like,
last unit.
oh
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you again, Alfredo. And on that note, can we take a 5-minute break? When we return, who will share? Okay. Alice waved at us and said, I'll share. See you in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alice, the same instruction to you, present in the format that you'd like at a minimum. Please read 7 and 8. And you take it away whenever you're ready.
Okay. Just for quick footnote, I have to read it on my larger screen, and I also wanted to let everyone know I do have major disabilities with my eyes that I do my own accommodation here, but I do have it at the university too. So when my eyes start getting really fatty, I have to use the larger screen. Like right now, I have to because my eyes are already tired today. So that's why you see me, I'm looking on the side. So I'm going to not just like Alfredo, I'm not going to read everything, but the part that are important to me, I will read them. What part of this my da, da, da. Okay, I'll just start from here. My current studies in neuropsychology have deepened my understanding of aging, grief, and resilience as a process of human development. They have strengthened my capacity to see the whole person and to integrate emotional, cognitive, and spiritual dimension in care. Family system theory enabled me to recognize recurrent patterns of silence, control, and emotional distance that affect the life of many people I meet. Personality theory helped me to see coping behaviors such as withdrawal, perfectionism, or avoidance not as defiance, but as the body's way of surviving pain. Trauma-informed care continued to anchor my work guiding my pacing, tone, and attention to safety. It reminds me to create environment where people can speak, pause, or stay silent according to their own readiness. These frameworks together shape my awareness that genuine spiritual care begins with safety, followed by reflection and presence before explanation. Sorry about that. Yes. For this, you need my guiding image.
Alice, do you mind switching to viewing one page at a time? It'll make it a little bit.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay,
You go to view,
view. What is view?
next to mailings, next to review. Keep sliding down at the top.
Okay,
There
thank
you
you.
go, view.
Thank you. I'm just sorry, I am really not
And then
very
one
good.
page. Go
Where's one page?
see zoom, the magnifying glass to slide over.
Magnifying glass. Okay, thank
One
you.
page. Then click, there you go.
Okay, then now let me.
And now you can
Let me
enlarge it.
be-
Thank you. That's
Thank
great.
you so much. That's
You're
very
welcome.
helpful. You helped me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. For this unit, my guiding image has been the open hand. The open hand represents how I wish to serve, receptive but not grasping, steady but not controlling, compassionate but grounded. It helped me hold space for others without trying to determine the outcome of their healing. Most of my chaplaincy work occur outside the hospital in community setting where I meet care recipients in their own homes or other personal spaces. Whether I'm sitting with foster youth like AD, supporting a young adult like JR, or accompanying a widow like I approach each meeting as a secret space. I've learned that clinical presence often speaks louder than words of pastoral comfort. The open hand reminds me that my call is not to rescue, but to remain with others as they rediscover their own strength and meaning. Through this image, I continue to evolve into a form of chaplaincy that is both spiritually grounded, clinically aware, shaped by humility, compassion, and the quiet courage to remain present where pain and hope intersects. Okay, I'll do my learning goals because those are important. One of my learning covenant was that I will integrate personality, care, and family system to understand how my own and my care recipients' narrative history shape the values, attachment, and belief they bring to spiritual care. As an African Cameroonian American woman, theologian, and adoptive mother, my narrative continued to shape how I practice care. When I met with Edie, a foster youth whose quietness reminded me of my daughters when they first came to me, I felt a deep ache inside. His silence pulled something tender from within me, a mixture of sorrow and admiration. I recognized my desire to comfort him and had to steady myself, taking slow breath to stay present. This balance between maternal instinct and clinical presence remain one of the most challenging lessons I have learned. I'm learning that my own story can guide my empathy, but never lead the encounter. In supervision, I've learned to name these moments aloud so I can identify where my emotions are helpful and where they risk overshadowing the care recipient voice. The most challenging part has been recognizing when my academic tendency to overinterpret takes over. Alfredo, I do. I am now pausing more often than asking questions that invite the care recipient to name meaning for themselves. For the rest of the unit, I will continue journaling after a visit and bring emotional charge encounter to supervision so that my personal history remains a source of grounding rather than projection. My second goal was I would cultivate empathy through emotional attunement while maintaining healthy boundaries and emotional stability. This unit has helped me experience empathy not as a sentiment, but as a presence. When I met with JR, who spoke about keeping his mother dying wish to finish school, I felt my eyes swell up. His courage moved me, yet I also felt saddened knowing he carries more responsibility than any young man should. I felt both pride and heaviness, and I whispered to myself to stay centered and let him lead. The moment taught me that empathy requires self-control as much as compassion. When AI shut down in therapy, I felt anger and sorrow rise together because I knew the cultural shame she faced. Sitting nearby while her therapist met with her, I felt nervous at first, but later found peace as I realized the quiet companionship can sometimes be most healing presence. My empathy deepens when her therapist thanked me afterward and said that my calm presence had helped her re-engage. What challenges me most is how emotionally tired I feel after such encounters. To stay balanced, I now practice deep breathing and short silence prayer before and after visits. I'll continue to use these rituals to honor my emotional limits, allowing me to sustain empathy without exhaustion. My third goal was clinical method of learning, and the goal was I will utilize the process of action reflection and new action to deepen my emotional awareness and strengthen my spiritual care practice. My reading of action, reflection, and renewed action has become my anchor. Early in this unit, I noticed how silence made me uneasy during sessions with ED. I wanted to fill it with questions, but afterward I felt unsettled and wrote it in my journal about my discomfort. Through reflection and supervision, I came to see that my anxiety was my own fear of inadequacy, not his resistance. In later encounters, I allowed silence to remain, and he began to speak his own word. I felt quiet joy when that happened, reminded me that that growth often starts in stillness I once tried to avoid. I've also learned that a clinical method is not only about evaluating behavior, but also about naming what I feel. Writing reflection has helped me track how emotions such as fear, compassion, and frustration shape my responses. When I bring these moments to supervision, I feel both exposed and supported, knowing that learning happens in vulnerability. My plan for the rest of the unit is to continue writing brief reflection immediately after visit and to note both my external choices and my internal responses. This practice keeps me grounded in authentic learning and remind me that each encounter is part of an ongoing formation of heart and mind. I'm going to skip the outcome indicators
Okay.
that I've fulfilled. Let's see. Okay. So I want, I'm going to read 4. I skipped 5 because it seems as if it's repeating 3. But maybe you might help me understand that. I didn't actually do it because it was essentially repeating
Say.
3.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to read 4. I work together. The question here is, to what extent I work together and all of that question. Our work together in this unit has been profoundly shaping. It helped me grow in ways that extend beyond theology into how I experience and express emotions. I have begun to open not only to the emotional processing that follows my encounter, but also to what happens within me during those moments of care. For a long time, I was not comfortable identifying or naming the emotions that were actually moving through me in caregiving moments. I've never been used to naming them because my whole life as a parentified child was centered on attending to how others felt rather than what I felt. I became accustomed to describing situations without identifying my feelings. Through supervision and group process, I am learning about emotional awareness. I'm learning that emotional awareness is part of my pastoral and spiritual growth. I'm slowly learning to give words to what I feel, to notice how those feelings live in my body, and to bring them into reflection without shame or fear. This has helped me become more grounded caregiver who can be fully present without being overwhelmed. Spiritually, I now understand formation as a living and ongoing process. It is not something finished or neatly contained, but something that unfolds in each encounter with care recipient, peers, and supervisors. Is supervisors singular? I'll change that after. Each conversation and reflection continue to shape me. My conviction about God, healing, and community are not static truths, but living realities that grow as I listen and share. I have come to see that theology must breathe through human experience. Our work together has helped me live that truth. I have struggled with how our groups sometimes separate spiritual care from pastoral care. This separation created discomfort to me because both are essential and deeply connected. My own social location adds to this tension, since I'm the only one in the group whose clinical work takes place in a community context where Christian faith is more visible than in hospital or prison settings. I sometimes felt that community-based ministry was assumed to be pastoral rather than clinical, and that the term clinical was reserved to hospital context. Over time, I've come to understand that both spiritual care and pastoral care are clinical and professional experiences of presence. The setting may determine which one is emphasized, but both require disciplined practice, reflection, and accountability through clinical method. The commitment to remain grounded in clinical orientation through supervision, verbatim writing, and self-reflection has been essential for my growth. The reading of Professional, Spiritual, and Pastoral Care, a practical guide and chaplain's handbook, edited by Rabbi Stephen B. Roberts, has been invaluable in helping me clarify this understanding. Roberts explained that spiritual and pastoral care are not two opposing forms of ministry, but two dimensions of one sacred calling. Spiritual care is a reflective and theological heart of the work, while pastoral care is its living embodiment in relationship and practice. It teaches that pastoral care draws from the well of faith and spiritual care draws from the well of humanity. Both wells nourish the same purpose, to bring meaning, connection, and dignity to people during suffering. Roberts presents the chaplain as a trained spiritual clinician, a person who bridges the sacred and the systemic. The chaplain brings theological reflection into healthcare, correctional, education, and community systems with professional competence and compassionate presence. This perspective has enabled me to claim my identity as both a theological practitioner and a clinical professional. It has restored my confidence in the work I do within the community and reminded me that the context does not determine the value of the care I provide. Both pastoral and spiritual care are equally clinical when they are grounded in disciplined reflection and accountable practice. This journey is transforming both my faith and practice. I now see that the theological formation is not a collection of fixed ideas, but a living process that unfolds as I encounter the presence of God in each person I serve. Growth comes through the courage to feel, the humility to keep learning, and the willingness to be shaped by others. I'm becoming a caregiver who knows that care begins not with doing, but with being attentive, being grounded, and being open to God's movement in every human story. Then these are the feedbacks. Our group is composed of persons who are clearly called to CPE vocational journey. Each member carries a deep conviction that chaplaincy is not simply a job, but a sacred calling. The collective spirit of our group reflects people who are genuinely drawn to pastoral formation and to the sacred work of walking alongside others in suffering and hope. The group dynamic is healthy and life-giving. We are learning to know one another more deeply, to be open and to appreciate each other's unique gifts and stories. There is a profound sense of respect and encouragement within our circle. We affirm one another's calling, celebrate each other's progress, and provide constructive feedbacks that builds rather than wounds. The way we respond to each other's verbatim presentation and group reflections show maturity, compassion, and honesty. We have created a learning environment where truth and grace coexist, where every person is committed to the spiritual and professional growth of the others. I didn't abbreviate the name. I'm going to do it after. This is my second unit. This is Alfredo. This is my second unit with Alfredo, and I continue to appreciate him deeply. He's an authentic and compassionate man who brings honesty and humility to his ministry. Alfredo has a deep passion for his care recipients and desire to offer his best, even in emotionally charged encounters. He often shares openly about his own fatigue and the challenges of sustaining emotional energy in care, which shows courage and self-awareness. His willingness to name his limits reminds us all that chaplaincy requires both strength and vulnerability. In group, Alfredo's presence is steady and trustworthy. He gives thoughtful and sincere feedback that both affirms and challenges. His reflections have helped me see my own growth area more clearly, and I value his honesty. Alfredo models what it means to be a learner a learner and a servant, one who seeks truth and practices compassion in equal measure. One area that will deepen Alfredo's growth is reflecting more openly on how his pastoral identity and his clinical chaplain identity meets and sometimes creates tension in his caregiving. When he names those moments of overlap between pastoral and clinical work, the group can better understand how he integrates both callings and how this shape his presence with care recipients. Audrey is the newest member of our CPA group, yet she has quickly become an integral part of our learning community. She brings a strong background from her previous professional work, which grounds her and strengthens her contribution. Though she's in her first unit, she demonstrates maturity, poise, and deep curiosity about the work of spiritual care. Audrey listens carefully, and her feedback is always constructive and genuine. She asks questions that deepens the conversation and help others reflect more intentionally on their ministry. Her presence in the group is both energizing and steady. She is growing with remarkable openness and humility. Her insights often reveal a capacity for empathy that will serve her well in future care encounters. Audrey's commitment to learning and her quiet strength adds richness to our group dynamic. The group will benefit from hearing more about Audrey's years of ministry experience, about how Audrey's year of ministry experience, wanted to add, past professional experience intersects with her current formation in clinical pastoral education. When she reflects on how her pastoral background connects or contrasts with her hospital-based care, it reveals how she is integrating her theology, compassion, and professional growth in new ways. Kate brings a strong sense of calling and competency in her ministry. She's deeply grounded in her faith and carries a wealth of experience from her work within the prison system. Her ability to meet people where they are and to use language that connects across culture and life experiences is exceptional. Kate models cultural awareness and pastoral sensitivity in every story she shares. Her theological reflection reveals a mature faith and a clear understanding of how to integrate theory and practice. She brings depth to our group through her knowledge and experiences, as well as her ability to listen attentively and to respect others' perspective. Her presence reminds us that spiritual care requires courage, consistency, and a deep respect for the humanity of those we serve. Kate's feedback is clear, wise, and compassionate, as she embodies the heart of a chaplain who truly understands the meaning of ministry within systems of pain and confinement. Kate will further enrich the group's learning by sharing how her theological formation and seminary education inform her spiritual care in the prison system. And she connects her theology with her experiences in interfaith ministry. It helps the group see how faith, justice, and care intersect in complex and demanding environment. Reverend Donna has been my supervisor since Unit 1, and I continue to hold her in this deep respect. She's a gifted educator, a wise pastor, and compassionate mentor. Her honesty and integrity has been foundational to my growth. Reverend Donna practices a kind of leadership that is deeply student-centered. She creates an environment of trust where we can speak openly about our fears, doubts, and hopes without judgment. She listens carefully, asks discerning questions, and helps each of us uncover our own wisdom. Reverend Donna's supervision has been essential to my formation, particularly in learning to integrate my whole self, including my theology, emotions, and story into my caregiving. Her feedback always pushes me to grow, but it does so with gentleness and grace. Reverend Donna's steady guidance has helped me recognize that spiritual care is not only about what I do, but about who I am becoming. Her influence continued to shape me into a more thoughtful, confident, and compassionate chaplain. The group would gain much from hearing more of Reverend Donna's own journey and how her identity as pastor, educator, program director, and supervisor shape her ministry. I think it's chaplaincy director, is not program director, but I'll correct that. When she shares the challenge and joy that come with balancing these roles, her openness models lifelong learning and help us understand the depth of integration required for mature spiritual leadership. Summary. Together, our group and supervision setting form a sacred learning community. Each person contributes something vital. Alfredo brings authenticity and empathy. Audrey brings curiosity and grounded wisdom. Kate brings cultural awareness and spiritual depth. And Reverend Donna provides wise guidance that hold us all in balance. I'm grateful to be part of a group that reflects the best of what CPE was meant to be, a community where truth, care, and calling meet for the sake of becoming faithful servants of those entrusted to our care. Additional recommendation. At this point in the CPA program, I'm deeply grateful for its well-arranged structure and the ongoing refinement it undergoes each year. The rhythm of learning is thoughtfully organized, allowing for steady growth, both professionally and spiritually, without feeling overwhelmed. The streamlined requirement makes the course workload manageable. Audrey, you've not experienced that yet. We do. They've streamlined a lot anyway. It makes the course workload manageable and purposeful, helping us remain focused on formation rather than on completing assignments. Our class session provides a strong foundation for integration. The weekly reading of verbatim reflections and discussions allow us to connect our ministry experience with theological understanding. Each week builds on the previous one, helping us apply what we are learning in real and practical ways. The interpersonal group at the end of each class has become one of the most formative aspects of the program. It is a space of openness and trust where we can discuss our ministry experiences freely, acknowledge our challenges, and receive support from one another. IPG has become a place where we learn to listen carefully, to speak honestly, and to grow through shared care and reflection. Individual supervision also plays a very vital part in the rhythm of the program. These sessions offer an opportunity for deeper reflection, self-awareness, and personalized guidance. Through IS, I have closely examined my strengths and also identified areas where I'm still developing my ability to recognize emotions, maintain boundaries, and care with both confidence and humility. The supervisory process holds together the academic, emotional, and spiritual part of my learning in ways that feel natural and whole. The overall rhythm of this unit, as evidenced in class sessions, supervision meetings, verbatim recording, reflection, and progress tracking, feels coherent and life-giving. Each element supports the other, helping us mature as reflective caregivers who are both clinically competent and spiritually grounded. Looking ahead, it will be valuable to include more time for focused session on interfaith ministry. We have had meaningful work on Buddhism, that is in orientation, and some discussion of other interfaith tradition. But it will be helpful to include more extended learning on Islam and indigenous spiritual practices. Opportunities to hear direct from faith practitioners and community leaders could also enhance our understanding of how to provide care that respect diverse tradition and cultural experiences. Overall, the CPE program remains a place of learning, truthfulness, and growth. The reading between academic work and pastoral experiences nurture both our spiritual depth and our professional development. I'm thankful for the thoughtful design of this program and the way it continues to form me into a caregiver who is more aware, grounded, and attuned to God's presence in every encounter. And self-care, I just listed. Alfredo, you did a better job. If I had had your mid unit, I would have known what to do. You always help me know what to do. So anyway, that is mine. Or stop sharing. Why do I stop sharing?
Thank you, Alice. Any conversations open for discussion? I should let you learn how to stop sharing instead of just stopping your share for you.
No, I was looking for it. I wasn't even
No.
seeing it. So actually, I'm telling you, my eyes are really bad today. So
Okay.
I'm not seeing anything anyway. So
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, we're open for discussion.
I want to say, wow. Wow. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for a couple of reasons. But one, where you had the part about the pastoral, the pastor and chaplain, how you kind of work through that. And I was thinking I need to go back and read that book because I don't remember getting all of that out of it, but how you were able to walk through that. And for me, because this is new to me, and so I'm learning, trying to figure out, what is what and where what fits in. So for me, you really clarified, first of all, that both, titles, roles, or whatever you want to call them, are important, and they all have an experience, an important part in our giving of the spiritual care. But thank you for really going through that and just reading and researching, and then you were able to put it down on paper. So I really appreciate that. That was something I knew that you were wrestling with that. And one of so then I began to wrestle with it too. Because I'm just learning. I'm just taking in everything. So I never said anything to you, but you were reading my mind and you put it down on paper and you read it and it clarified all my questions in that area. So thank you so much for that. The other thing is, you talked about, it was one of your goals regarding your narrative history. And I think you said something about using your personal history as a source for grounding versus projection. I was so glad to hear you say that, because one of the strengths, one of the things that I notice about you or feel you have to offer is your personal history, the experience that you've gone through, um, from a child to, all your experiences and your education. To me, that you're going to be able to help so many people, to be able to relate to and talk to and give to so many different people just because of your personal history. And so I was really happy to see that when you said you were going to use that as a grounding as
Thank
opposed to a projection. So that was really good. I really enjoyed it. I felt like somebody was reading a story to me.
Thank you, Audrey.
I was enjoying it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think I would just second Audrey and say your gift with words is just a gift really to all of us. Like, I listen to you speak and it feels like a hug, but it's understandable and it's clear and it's compassionate. And I find words in what you say that I go, oh, that's totally what I was thinking. But I think the other piece I would add to that too is just even listening to your thing, I felt like I wanted to stand up and say, yes, that's it. That's who I like. That's where I'm going. And so it was a really neat blend of hug and encouragement, but also authentic and vulnerable and real, but dealing with the complexity of it in a way that just made it very relatable and laid out and understandable. So it doesn't seem overwhelming. It feels very right, is all I can say. And I just thank you. I'll probably thank you again just for your gift with words and with taking complex things and breaking them down and distilling them and working through them here with us, because I personally benefit tremendously from that. I see Audrey does too.
And thank you, Kate. I appreciate that. Appreciate all of you.
I don't know what to say. Kate and Andrew say everything. What else can I say? Thank you for the words that you say about myself. I really appreciate. And I just have one question. Can I ask? When you wanna start to write your own book, because I know that that you have the gift. Please send to me a copy. You can start by your testimony. I can tell you, because the way you write is so understandable, so clear. We can go deep in what you said. And as Kate and Andrew say, the way you write your what you want to do it, what you want to say it, is so clear. So I know that I'm not the first person who say to you when you're gonna start writing your own book. And somebody one time said me, the more time you delay that, okay? Because there's a lot of people who need to hear you,
Mm.
who need to hear what you have to say. There's so many people who need it. And this time, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being open to share your gift with us.
You all are my gift, because you help me to move from my head to my heart to the care recipient. I've never been in a space where I had to work on myself much more than CPE, because and that's why if I don't understand something, I have to research until I get it. Otherwise, the discomfort stays with me. And already that's why I did a lot of research from that book to other research in who am I as a chaplain? How does spiritual and pastoral care, how can they work in tandem and not one over another? So this group really helps. As we say, we are ongoing in our progress, learning all the time, and the willingness and to really learn. I'll say the group allows us to do that. And so now I understand you cannot be an effective caregiver without having given care given to your own self. And so, yeah, I'm learning to take care of me too. And supervision really helped me. If you guys already notice a lot of time, like aspects where I don't want to go to. So I will intellectualize it well, but I don't want to go there, because going there is pain. But sessions like this, it really say move from there and just it's okay to go there, So thank you too.
I'm so glad to hear you affirm that going from, we use the expression head to heart, right? From what you're thinking to what you're feeling. And I'm curious about the emotions that come up in naming. As a parentified child, my energy was focused towards others' feelings. And so, not working that muscle of attunement to your own. What feelings come up with that awareness?
I think you feel relieved, but the first time that I articulated that, you remember, was IS that we talked about it. And the feeling was like a feeling of relief, but sadness because um, I didn't see me as someone that need to pay attention. How do you feel? I've never, and that it really started a relief and transformation because after the IS session that we talked about it, I went to the mirror and was asking Alice, how do you feel? Alice, are you okay? And you will not believe it. Every single day now, I go to the mirror before I leave and I say, Alice, are you okay? And sometimes I will leave my office, go to the bathroom and just talk to me. Like those things I say to others, when you're the parentified child, everybody just depend on you. You just empty. It's like self-emptying for others. But now I'm really learning and it feels good. It feels good today to say that. It feels good when I wrote it, even though in the process of writing, I felt sad that it took me so long. And it took CPE to make me know it's okay to just say, Alice, are you okay? What do you need? How do I take care of you? So I do that self-talk a lot now. And it's and as I say it, that sadness still is coming up in me. I'm like, why did somebody not say why do I have to, at this age, at CPE, that I talk to myself like a little child in the mirror, you know? And that feeling is tremendous. It's very liberating. And I'm like, okay, it's okay to like just pause, take time for yourself. You can postpone that. That is okay. And not feeling like if I postpone it, somebody is missing out on something, So that's why I could talk about internalized things that are going on, but never how I feel, because what I feel didn't really matter. So
Thank you, Alice. Thank you. Can I invite overtly the group to come alongside you right now?
yeah, sure.
Would you share with Alice feeling words you heard in response to my question, how does it feel to acknowledge you're a parentified child who focused your thoughts about feelings on others and not yourself? When she responded, what are some of the feeling words you heard, if you could repeat them back to her?
I think I heard sad.
I heard the word sadness too. I also heard confusion, and not the exact word, but language around it of surprise.
Thank you, Kay, for clarifying that you didn't actually hear that word, you heard language around it. That's okay. Well presented. So that, I hope you can receive that the group heard your feelings and receive them. And you can receive. You said a whole lot right after you slipped up instead of feeling, I feel sad, and then you went into an intellectual conversation about the source of that sadness and all sorts of analogies. But I want to celebrate that you said you feel sad, and then later you said it again. Again, you then went back into your head. And Alice, that is huge because sometimes as a parentified child, it's not safe to feel. And so it's huge that you did that. And that I want you to hear everybody heard it. And we're all still here. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for trusting the group, and thank you for offering that to us.
Thank you.
Yeah. You okay, Alfredo?
Yes, I'm okay.
Yeah. You okay? Okay.
Yeah, just thinking. I'm
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Any other feedback or comments for Alice? Thank you so much. Anything else for us, Alice? If not, we'll
No.
no. All right, then let's take we need it. Let's take our self-care practice session. I saw that, Kate, and come back at 8 p.m. because we're on the same time zone at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. Hey, I don't think I asked who was gonna go first, did I? Oh, who's feeling like this is where they need to be? Is it you, Kate, or you, Audrey?
I'll go. I was last time.
It's nothing like good first and last rules. Thank you all for coming back so timely and refreshed. I tried, Alfredo, to walk without my phone. I turned back around and grabbed it. I tried.
Should I get right to it?
You should get right to it.
Saw the red. Okay.
Do we need it a little larger?
You need it larger?
I would.
Okay, that's not it.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
Okay. That's pretty large, but you guys are okay with that? I'm thankful for it. Yeah. Okay, mid-unit evaluation. The first one is to reflect and write on social locations. As an African American woman, 64 years of age, my social location deeply shapes the way I understand and practice spiritual care. My identity is grounded in a lived history of faith, resilience, and community values that have guided African American spirituality for generations. Growing up within a Christian tradition that emphasized God's sustaining presence amid hardship, I learned that faith is not merely a belief, but a lived experience of endurance, hope, and liberation. These roots influence how I encounter others who are suffering. I carry an empathetic awareness of both pain and perseverance. Being a woman and a mother of adult children, as well as a grandmother, gives me a nurturing perspective in my ministry. I approach patients, families, and staff with compassion, patience, and attentiveness, often drawing upon maternal wisdom and intergenerational understanding. My role as a minister further shaped how I embodied spiritual authority, not as dominance, but as service. I strive to create sacred spaces where people feel seen, valued, and other and spiritually supported, regardless of their faith background. My education and professional experience as a retired woman with a bachelor's degree provide confidence and a reflective lens through which I integrate theory, theology, and practice. I recognize how privilege and limitation coexist in my story. I carry the wisdom of age and life experience, yet I also remain aware of the racial and gender barriers I have had to navigate. These experiences have cultivated humility and sensitivity toward others who feel marginalized or unseen. Ultimately, my social location calls me to practice spiritual care that is relational, inclusive, and rooted in dignity. I bring my full self, my faith, heritage, family, and life journey into each encounter, trusting that God works through my presence to bring comfort, connection, and hope to those whom I serve. And my goals, and I have three of them. Well, we all have three of them, but the first goal was to, by the end of this CPE, I will have identified and begin utilizing at least one self-care option that works well for me personally. And so I kind of laughed because, this was in the very beginning. I want to say the first or second week I had to come up with some goals. I didn't have a clue. So I laughed when I said that I would begin utilizing at least one. So much more than that. So I will be modifying my goals But in reflecting on my progress toward improving self-care techniques,
Wait. Don't modify the goal. You will just have achieved it above and beyond.
okay,
Thank you.
way above and beyond. In reflecting on my progress toward improving self-care techniques, I recognize steady growth in my ability to recognize and respond to my own emotional, spiritual, and physical needs. I have become more intentional about setting boundaries between my professional responsibilities and personal life. Regular prayer, journaling, and short mindfulness breaks during the day have helped me stay centered and grounded, especially after emotionally charged encounters. What has been most challenging is maintaining consistency when demands increase, especially during crisis interventions or when multiple needs arise at once. In those moments, my natural inclination is to focus on others and neglect my own replenishment. However, I am learning and sustaining effective spiritual care for others. Spiritual care for others depends on caring for myself first. So I try to remind myself that you can't care for them if you're not caring for you. I have noticed improvement in my ability to pause, reflect, and practice self-compassion rather than self-criticism. Support from peers and supervisors have also encouraged accountability and provided perspective when I feel overwhelmed. Moving forward, I plan to strengthen my self-care strategy by incorporating more structured rest, exercise, and reflective supervision, recognizing that ongoing self-awareness and balance are vital to both my ministry and well-being. I am intentionally mindful of the number of patients I have spiritual encounters, assuring I take a break periodically throughout my shift. So that's one thing I've incorporated. I will never see more than 4 before taking a break, sometimes 3, depending on how the encounter went. But I throughout the day, and Chaplain Royce, he and I both agree with that. And then our self-care can be whatever it is we need. Sometimes I leave the building and walk around outside. Sometimes I just go sit in the patio. Sometimes I just walk the halls. So this part has been a real blessing, and I'm just so happy that I got this in the beginning about the self-care part. With the many years that I've spent working in secure treatment facilities in prison, no one ever told me to do self-care, to learn self-care, to take care of yourself. So this particular goal has really changed my life and how I look at it. Yeah.
That
So goal
last,
number.
that last sentence that you added, I never see more than 4 patients without taking a break, which could be walking around, blah, 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 blah. That is the demonstration of the competence. That's evidence. You keep saying, I plan, I plan, I plan. But when you said, I am intentional, mindful, blah, 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 and then you say, this is what I do. I never see more than 4. Okay. Just that last little bit. Thank you.
Perfect. No, thank you. Okay, goal number 2, by the end of this CPE, I will be able to initiate spiritual care relationships with confidence and the intent to walk alongside the person during the encounter. Reflected on my goal to initiate spiritual care relationships with confidence, I recognize notable growth in both my self-awareness and professional presence. In the beginning of this unit, I often hesitated at the start of encounters, unsure of how to balance empathy with authority or how to enter sacred places respectfully yet assertively. Through continued experience, supervision, and feedback from my peers and educator, I have become more intentional and grounded in my approach. One key strategy that has supported my progress is preparation through prayer and reflection before each encounter. Centering myself spiritually allows me to enter space with calm assurance rather than anxiety. I have also learned to rely on active listening to establish connection quickly, focusing less on what to say and more on being fully present to the patient's needs and story. This shift has deepened my confidence as I trust that compassionate presence often speaks louder than words. Another area of improvement has been my ability to introduce myself and the role of the spiritual care office. I now communicate with clarity and respect, which helps set the tone for the trust and the openness. However, I continue to have challenges in this area. I continue to work on releasing self-doubt particularly when encountering patients from unfamiliar faith traditions or those resistant to spiritual care. My ongoing strategy is to view each encounter as a mutual exchange rather than a performance, an opportunity to learn as well as to serve. Overall, I see measurable progress toward my goal. I am more confident, present, and authentic in initiating spiritual care relationships. Continued reflection, supervision, and spiritual grounding will help sustain and deepen this confidence over time. And the last goal, by the end of this CPE, I will improve my professional development by learning and using clinical methods of learning. So this was an important one for me because I did not have a clue as to what clinical methods of learning, and I really believe, I was guided by the Spirit to even choose this one because, I mean, to learn it, I'm still learning it, but I now have an awareness of what it is, of the concept. I just did not have a clue. And so I said, I have made steady progress in learning and applying clinical methods of learning within my spiritual care practice. At the time of setting this goal, I had no awareness of the term or concept clinical learning method. I now understand that it is the process of action, reflection, and new action. Initially, I approached clinical reflection as a structured academic task, but I have come to appreciate it as a vital process for personal and professional growth. Through verbatim reports and group feedback sessions, I have learned to observe, analyze, and evaluate encounters more deeply, identifying both the patient's needs and my own emotional and spiritual responses. My strategy has been to engage intentionally with each phase of the clinical learning method: description, action, reflection, and new action. Writing verbatims and reviewing them with peers and supervisors helped me to see patterns in my behavior, such as when I led conversations versus when I listened more attentively. This process has increased my self-awareness and strengthened my ability to remain present with patients rather than rushing to offer solutions. One of the challenges has been learning to balance emotional involvement with professional objectivity. However, through supervision and group reflection, I have gained tools to process my emotions in a way that enhances rather than hinders spiritual care. I also see growth in my ability to set clear goals for each visit, evaluate outcomes, and adjust my approach based on patient response. Overall, my progress demonstrates a growing integration of theory and practice. By continuing to use clinical methods of learning, especially through disciplined reflection, I am becoming more confident, intentional, and spiritually grounded in when providing spiritual care. And I won't go through all of the indicators either. And notice I have a lot left to work on. That's the red. Okay. Our group, to what extent has our work together influenced my faith, theology, and spirituality? Our work together has had a significant influence on my faith, theology, and spirituality. The collaborative environment has deepened my understanding of how faith operates, not only as a personal conviction, but also as a lived practice within diverse human experiences. This experience has invited me to see God's presence in unexpected places. Theologically, I have grown more open and reflective, moving from a primarily doctrinal understanding of God to a relational one. I now view theology as something dynamic and evolving, shaped through encounters, dialogue, and compassionate presence. This has strengthened my belief that ministry is less about offering answers and more about creating space for others to experience divine grace. And I just have to comment on that expansion of my theology. And given my degree is in Christian ministry and biblical studies, I grew up in church, so my theology was God, and it was God as I knew God, and it was my faith, Christian. But just in this short time, I just see the expansion that, like it said in our book, our theology have to be big enough so that everybody else's can fit in it. And that's what I see in myself. I see my theology growing to include people, others. It's really a liberating feeling for me. It's like breaking barriers. It's just, it really is. I just can't even tell you how good that feels. Spiritually, I have become more grounded and centered. Practices such as reflective journaling, prayer before visits, and group processing have helped me remain attentive to the movement of the spirit, both within myself and in those I serve. My spirituality has expanded to include a deeper appreciation for silence and listening that occurs in spiritual encounters. And that's another big one, my appreciation for silence. Oh, that has just been priceless. I and it's, and I'm not there yet, but just to be able to be comfortable, to be silent, to not have the TV on or not have the radio on, to just be sitting in silence. I was not able to do that before. But now not only am I able to do it, it's a part of my self-care. Okay, that's the updated tracking. Six. Okay. Here's my evaluation. And yes, Alfredo, I know this was hard for me too. AY, that's you, Alice. I wasn't sure of initials. But Alice, you show genuine empathy, making others feel supported, and you connect well with women and children, creating a safe environment for them. Your dedication is evident in your hard work, thorough papers, and extra effort, while your academic background and commitment to continuous learning greatly strengthen your guidance. Your rich life experiences enable you to relate practically to many people. And I talked a little bit about that earlier, Alice, but when I think about you, I'm like Alfredo. I want you to write a book about your life. It's just so interesting to me. And I believe so many people are going to benefit from reading it and from your perseverance. To enhance your impact even further, maintain healthy boundaries to prevent burnout, delegate tasks to empower others if you can, and lighten your workload. Stay open to feedback and diverse perspectives. Overall, you are a committed chaplain pastor whose positive influence can continue to grow through these adjustments. KK? As a woman chaplain working in a county jail, your ability to balance the demands of your role with your responsibilities as a wife and mother is truly admirable. And that admiration came last week when you shared about your 16-year-old daughter. I had no idea you had children, under 18. And then one in college, and then working in the jail, and then you're going through this program. Your unique theological background brings a unique and insightful perspective to those you counsel, fostering meaningful conversations and growth within the community. You consistently provide thoughtful, positive feedback, offering encouragement that supports individuals even in difficult circumstances. And when I say your unique theological background, I'm thinking of your story as I remember it, of not really knowing God, not really being raised in church, but wanting to know Him and searching for Him. And I just admire that you didn't stop. There was some trials and tribulations along the way, and I know those experiences, but you kept going, and here you are now, chaplain in the program. So I really admire that. While your dedication and commitment are clear, be mindful not to overextend yourself. I would encourage you to intentionally engage in self-care. And that is because of my experience in the environment that you're working in. Delegating tasks when possible will not only help you maintain balance, but also empower others around you. When offering criticism, your caring approach is appreciated. Alfredo, your compassionate nature and soft-spoken demeanor create a welcoming and supportive atmosphere for those in whom you serve. Your heart for people is evident in your interactions, and your empathy stands out as a defining quality. Despite English being your second language, you communicate with sincerity and clarity, allowing yourself to connect meaningfully with individuals facing adversity. And I really wanted to say that to you, Alfredo, because it's not, I hear you say a lot, my English, I'm learning English or whatever, but it's not even the words, it's your demeanor and your tone and how you present that brings about the spiritual care for me. So I just wanted to share that with you. Although you have encountered significant challenges throughout your journey to America and in childhood, you have demonstrated resilience and perseverance. Continuing to nurture these strengths will help create an environment of trust and mutual respect. I would just encourage you to remain attentive to the needs of those around you, which will enhance your ability to empathize. Reverend Dr. Donna, you are filled with knowledge and wisdom. You demonstrate the ability to foster a supportive and enriching learning environment for chaplains, encouraging both personal and professional growth. Because it flows so naturally, I would guess that chaplains are not the only ones who get to experience the supporting and learning environment in which you create. You demonstrate strong leadership by guiding students through complex situations with empathy and practical wisdom, and their commitment to continuous learning sets a valuable example for others. For an area of improvement, if I had to come up with one, I would recommend slowing down when teaching a didactic to allow students to absorb material being taught and take notes. You went through Erickson 8 stages in like 8 minutes. I am amazed at how quickly you come up with suggestions and plans to approach different situations to ensure successful outcomes. And I really want to highlight successful outcomes. Any suggestion you have given me that I have taken forward has worked. And you give it in a simplified way that I can understand it and then I can apply it. So I really appreciate that. The group. The group overall demonstrates empathy, resilience, and dedication to their respective roles. Members consistently create supportive and safe environments. The group has created a space where vulnerability, honesty, and openness are welcome. The willingness to provide encouragement and thoughtful feedback, coupled with unique perspectives and commitment to learning, strengthens the group's collective impact. At times, the group may risk overextending themselves due to their high level of commitment and caring nature. We can all benefit from continuing our practice of maintaining healthy boundaries and practicing self-care to prevent burnout. I am thankful and feel blessed to be a part of a group where we share the goal of providing care for people. And then comments for CPE. Clinical pastoral education has been a deeply transformative experience that has contributed significantly to my personal, spiritual, and professional growth. Through patient encounters, group interactions, and supervision, I developed greater empathy, self-awareness, and confidence in offering spiritual care. The feedback and diverse perspectives from peers and supervisors challenged me to think critically about my theology, communication style, and pastoral presence. However, the process is also demanding and emotionally intense. At times, giving feedback, Alfredo, felt uncomfortable, but feels uncomfortable, and navigating group dynamics was difficult. It sometimes feels unstructured or unclear in how or what to present. I would recommend an orientation before the orientation, explaining the process by giving specific information. I believe this will be helpful. Learning to be vulnerable has also been a challenge. It may be beneficial to disclose the process in the beginning. Despite these challenges, CPE has been an invaluable journey of growth, teaching me to integrate faith with practice and to serve others with compassion, humility, and authenticity. And then these are my self-care. So what I did at the beginning, because this was one of my goals, is I came up with a whole list. And you can see there's a whole list. And I've even added some that's not on here now that I look at it. And what I started doing was as I engaged in one, I would bold it. So, or as I engaged in one that worked, that was effective, I bolded it to remind myself when I forget. Remember, journaling work. Just pick up a pencil and paper and start writing. And then as I made the list, I categorized it: emotional or mental care, physical self care, spiritual, um, social, and then creative. And then this was one that they recommended, and you notice I only have one bolded there. And I was watching a movie, I just couldn't get with the others. But this was something that I found helpful. I print my list out. I have it in the office, in the chaplain's office, the spiritual care office at the hospital. I have it in my home now. So I'm reminding myself. And now, Alice, thank you very much. I'm going to add that self-talk because I have this list in my bathroom, and that's the time to just look in the mirror and say, "Hey, how you doing?" So I got that from you when you talked about the self-talk. So I'm going to add self-talk to my list. And that is it. Comments, feedback? Welcome.
I like your list. I will steal some of it from your list. You have extensive self-care list that if you don't mind just sharing the list of self-care.
Absolutely. I'll share it.
Yeah, please. The list of, yeah. But it doesn't feel like you're new to CPE. Maybe again, uh, from your midterm evaluation, it doesn't look like this is week what? Well, we in week 8, which means you've done 7 weeks. The speed as which you've assimilated what CPE is all about is really great. And I really like your self-care description and goals and how you fulfill it because again, yeah, that was key to you, and it's really great because that self-care is I'm learning self-care at a later stage, and you right out the bat it becomes your goal. So that I think is really helpful because that also will give you the grounding that you need for all the other goals. So this is a good thing, and the way not only the goals, the way you are achieving that. I think that is the one you've achieved the most that you wrote very extensively that you've achieved. And it's the most important because your self-care allows you to be able to do the work you do effectively. So thank you for that. And also thank you for your social location history because again, this piece, that part allows us to know you better, especially that it's your first time. It really allows me to know you better. And I really see how you're intersecting your biblical studies. Is biblical studies and theological or you did biblical studies and your degrees in biblical studies
Yeah, biblical studies and Christian ministry.
and Christian ministry. Yeah, you can really see how both are intersecting in how you're doing your work, that you're feeding into that. And that's one of the things that I was requesting with you, this wealth of background that you have. How are they really informing your ministry, informing especially your clinical work? That already you answered some of those questions in your mid-unit evaluation. And this is something that I really want to see more because you have a wealth of background there, a wealth of experience. I think that we will benefit a lot from you sharing that experience. And where they are converging and diverging in terms of your practical, experiential, clinical work. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much, Alice.
Oh, just to add, I also appreciate what you are saying as suggestion um, the orientation period. I was disoriented in orientation when it started. When my first unit, it's like the orientation is onboarding. I was like, oh, am I offboarding or onboarding? It is and then anyway. I like what you
Yeah,
say.
an orientation before the orientation.
Some sort of onboarding likely to before you get to the orientation, because it's just jam-packed. It's with that is what many of us have complained about. It's just you are cognitively overloaded.
Yeah.
By the
Yeah.
time you go, you get this brain fatigue, you know. Yeah. So thank you for I hope, does this go, the mid-unit evaluation, does it go anywhere else or stays with you? No, no.
Yours, once you edit those names, all of them will go into your file, into your folder.
Okay.
And as a part of the review of the center, they're read not only by center leadership, where we then have to say what we did to address identified areas, but the people who evaluate our center read them. They want to see what we did as well.
Okay. Thank God that it doesn't stay documentation.
Hasn't changed orientation yet.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. At the university, everything is documentation. It doesn't go anywhere. So.
Audrey, your midterm is excellent. I think my feedback is really just a flavor of Alice's. I see it as having kind of two layers, this chaplaincy layer that you're wrestling with and learning, and then this rich, deep lived experience layer. And that really does come across in everything you write. I was just noticing even how you gave us affirming and growth edge feedback. It just came out of you so easily with the competence and confidence of someone who knows how to really hone in on the thing. And so I just want to affirm that maybe as much as you don't give yourself credit for, there's this river of richness that is very apparent. Thanks for sharing all of that with us. Really, truly, it's beautiful. You're amazing at this.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Andrew, for all your mid-term. Was wonderful. For the affirmation that you give it to me. Thanks for that. I really appreciate. I'm gonna have in me the rest of the unit and my work also. And I appreciate your honesty. And I admire because I can see let me see if I can find the right words to say that you can use this midterm in the second unit. Put it that way. Okay? Because you do a great job, even though it's your first one. You're doing an excellent job. You are catching everything, you know. You are aligning yourself with the vision of the school, with all the requirements they bring to us. Because I remember in my first unit, I don't know what to do or what to say. I we was like a 7 person in the class, so we have two classes to finish our verbatims or midterm juniors. Yeah, I always ask the teacher, I want to be the last one because I want to see the people in front of me, how they do that. So I have a day to finish my verbatims or my midterm juniors, but help me a lot to see how they do that. And you don't need to do that. You figure out in the right way. And now, if I can say something that the school is, give it to the new people more clarity about how to view a verbatim or a midterm, because for me it was so hard in the first unit to do this because I don't know what to do or the way I have to structure. And the way you did it, that's not the right way. So you are in the right path. You are doing the things okay in your unit. Okay, keep doing the good work. Thank you for your words.
Thank you, Alfredo.
Audrey, are you up for curiosity and inviting some thoughts on something?
Sure.
Thank you. I know I've heard it in conversation and reflection, but I really appreciated how you grounded your identities in and how they inform your work. And I noticed you didn't mention your identity as a married person. So I was just curious about why that wasn't included.
Please don't tell my husband. You know what? I don't know. I I don't know. I don't have a reason. I mean, I want to go back and look, but we've been married for almost 30 years. So maybe we're just like one. So I forget to mention, but I really don't know. There's no particular reason.
I notice you're swinging your chair. I promise I'm not going to tell him. Um, you made a direct connection with being maternal and those roles and how that shows up in spiritual care. Are you able to make a connection from the role of spouse and how that shows up in your spiritual care right now?
Actually, I am. Um, Particularly if I'm talking with someone and their husband is in the room, or their spouse or partner is in the room, and we'll start talking. One of the questions I'll ask is, "How long have you been married?" You know, because they'll say, "This is my husband," or "This is my wife." Um, so I am able to make a connection with that. But yeah, I don't know why I didn't mention it.
Any other feedback for Audrey? Well, you have to celebrate. You have made it through the mid-unit. You are more than halfway done already, and you're still standing.
I do have a confession to make. Oh my God. I just could not for the life of me understand why you guys, UCPE people, would make us do this mid-unit evaluation. And when I saw, when I saw all the questions, I'm thinking they just want us to work. They're just trying to use up all our time. They're just trying. But I have to say, it is so necessary because of having to go through, and even with the indicators, I really didn't have a real understanding of the outcome and the indicators until I did this mid-unit evaluation. And so because of that, I'm going to go back and, make some changes to some of the ones that I've done. So as much as I might recommend or say something like you should tell people in the beginning, and this is hard and it's overwhelming, I am understanding the process. And I do feel I know that I'm growing in the process. So while it's tough, like a little baby learning to walk, and they fall a couple of times, I feel like that. But I'm feeling much better about the program. I'm feeling much better about the language. I feel like I'm learning new language, words like sacred. I've never said sacred so much in my life and understand what that means as far as creating that space. So it's tough, it's overwhelming, it's hard, but it's doable. And I really want to thank you guys, um, Kate, Alfredo, Alice. It was because of you that I was able to just, you know what, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm I'm just gonna keep going. And it's really nice to have people in different levels. I was a little intimidated by that at first because it's like, why would I be in there with somebody in the fourth unit? But it's been a blessing because I can see the different levels and I can see the growth in each level. And I can see where I could possibly end up when I look at Alfredo by the end of the fourth unit and his calmness and how he delivers. So thank you all. I'm just really feel like I'm blessed that this God put me in the right place with the right people. So thank you. And please don't stop sharing and giving feedback. Even if I look like I'm overwhelmed, I learn from critique. I really do. So I appreciate everything everybody has said.
All right. Let's take another 5-minute break, and Kate or KK will come back with you. All right. 5 minutes, everybody. Kate, do you like being the last one? Or you have no preference?
No, it's my least favorite spot to be.
Oh,
But
is it?
like Audrey, I see the need to rotate all the people in all the spaces. And sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't.
Got it.
I've gotten to be early in other ones, so that's a gift. All right. Can you all see that? Okay. Social location. I think that's pretty exemplary. I find settled on an image from last time that I liked, so I'll just show that one. I know we didn't really put images at the center of this round, but I feel like this one says a lot about how I feel in this particular CPE unit. I will add that it's interesting listening to you all because Audrey listed my long list of things that I do in life. And add to that, I'm just finishing up my MDiv at Fuller. So I work full time. I'm doing my Fuller MDiv, I'm doing CPE, and then I got all the family stuff. So definitely overextended. No one's lying about that. But why I took CPE is not so much for the academic piece, but the rubber meets the road piece because I do my chaplaincy job and I do the academics. And for me, CPE is the integrator. So as I do these assignments, I use them very selfishly to kind of get what I can get for the season that I'm in. So that's how I approach this midterm as well. But this particular image, and then I feel like one of the wrestling points, it's been touched on by other people, is this balance between a ministry of presence and a pastoral leadership dynamic. So that's an area of wrestle for me because I feel like I nail ministry of presence a lot of times, pastoral leadership less so. And that comes from my background, which I've already spoken about, which is not really faith-based at all. That's the latter half of my life. So I'm using CPE to grow into that space, and it is fabulous. My goals, the ones I identified at the beginning, spiritual formation and integration, for sociocultural identity, intercultural and interreligious humility. CPE Unit 1B has been helpful to me with regard to these goals. We've been given tools, didactics, readings, feedback that are directly applicable to sociocultural identity aspects of my work. I now notice when voices, I just chose a few judgments, side concerns, observations, etc., jump into my head during inmate conversations. I feel like I'm beginning to categorize, maybe order is a better word, my thoughts in useful ways without allowing them to hijack conversations. I've recently had multiple care recipients express feelings of safety and respect felt. Plus, I've received feedback from supervisors and peers regarding the same. Going forward, I don't feel direct adjustments to this goal are needed at present, just continued practice and hopefully humility in the face of shortcomings combined with grace towards myself and others as I grow. In essence, I really see this as a cumulative goal that is honed over time, like a river changes the landscape over time. And as long as there's awareness and effort around that, for me, it's less urgent in terms of adjustment. The second one, spiritual care interventions. This, I think, is the hardest space for me right now, is just taking what I do and putting it in concrete terms. I've deliberately brought verbatims to class in connection with this goal. Most recently, I included a verbatim about an encounter with a satanic care recipient. Group feedback communicated to me that I was able to navigate that situation using presence without answers, which dovetails with this goal outcome. And I should probably add here that a lot of my learning does come through group feedback because this is for me. I kind of do me and then bounce it off all of you and receive what you give me with gratitude and kind of contextualize everything that way, whether adjustments needed or there's a tool or I could do a thing differently. So that's sort of where I am in the process. Going forward, I've actually been reflecting. This is in response to a lot of the feedback Alice gives in particular, how presenting cases like my 1B verbatim 2 might be considered a form of advocacy. I wonder how narratives like this one can be useful, not just in the context of this CPE class, kind of for me, selfishly learning, but as I work to break down sociocultural boundaries in my field of choice. So taking it from a me application to I'm doing this thing and I'm getting better at doing this thing. Where could this ooze or move in the spaces around me? I see elements of leadership in my opportunities to challenge boundaries between incarcerated and non-incarcerated individuals. And I feel I'm becoming better at bringing inmate stories outside of jail with care, confidentiality, and respect. And this is in response to some of my conversations with Donna about just leadership and becoming a leadership. I don't actually really think of myself as a leader. I just think of myself as moving through spaces as best I can. So kind of putting your feedback in conversation with my growing has had me kind of think a little bigger, let's just say. So that's been one of the pieces. I have a long way to go, but I feel awareness and behavioral changes as I begin to move from where I am now to where I want to be. So I see the growth happening, and basically I'm learning how to put tools and labels and frameworks and dialogue around that growth in ways that are more measurable and quantifiable than I've done historically. Professional development. This is for consultation and feedback. I feel I've received and applied feedback from my CBE cohort, instructor, jail supervisor, and coworkers. I've written multiple weekly reflections about my insights in this area. And I will just add, Donna sees this because I do the reflections with her, but I've really been wrestling with this concept of leadership and growth and some of these harder confrontations and issues in this unit as well. I've benefited greatly from the thoughts and wisdom of those around me in the season, and I'm grateful for their perspective and grace as I continue to grow. One concrete change, these last few weeks I've been focusing on Erickson stages, Dr. Donna's question samples, and integrating virtue reflection into lived inmate conversations. This is a new technique for me, and I've actually seen how it's impacted interview room conversations in positive, constructive ways. So that's been a really fun way to test, to try a thing and then see what happens and then adjust and try a thing again. And it's been both educational and fun. Our work together, Donna has challenged me in multiple reflections. I set sessions to consider Erickson's stages of growth. So I'm going to just work on that for now. There's so much we could cover as part of this unit. So I'll just pick the thing that's staring me in the face. My parents cared for me in ways that set up many healthy virtues inside of me. And I see how much these benefit me in my current role and in this season of life. And I feel gratitude. At the same time, I acknowledge issues in the identity versus role confusion category. Both of my parents were capable doctors. I'm their oldest daughter. As a teen, I was often asked to step into parenting tasks in a support role. In consequence, one key area of wrestling for me is still in that space between pleasing others versus self-assertiveness. I struggle with this understanding of fidelity. Who should I be loyal to? My care recipients, myself, my boss, my teammates, leadership. The needs of various groups often run around in my head and can feel overwhelming. The result is that when I don't understand how to triage an issue, I try to accommodate everyone, putting others' needs first at my own expense. One thing I've focused on through this whole unit is I am not in control. In this season, I'm learning to be in dialogue with God one step at a time versus trying to anticipate and accommodate others' many needs all at once. I practice the skill in conversation with our weekly cohort, self-care minutes, stepping away from bigger needs to focus on smaller moments. I have learned to delight in God's unfolding around me, which has recalibrated my understanding of time and priority in my context. I have also experienced grace physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually in new ways. I do not do this perfectly, but I do feel a shift inside of myself, and especially in terms of confidence, that spills over into various spaces I inhabit. I like this about myself. And peer feedback. So for each of you, Alfredo, your gift for pastoral care will stick with me for the rest of my life. I feel your vast experience in this area enables you to shepherd those of us with less experience in tender and healing ways. One of my favorite things about you is how you draw out your feedback. You never rush your words, contrary to what your son says. This is how I feel. So your tone comes across as measured, loving, and merciful. Because of this, you've often helped me let go of hard parts in my own heart, and I feel myself softened in response. Thank you. As an area for reflection, I appreciate your ability to navigate and communicate emotion. Sometimes my emotions feel different to me than what you articulate on my behalf. I wonder, how are we each inclined to impose our feelings on others? I'm grateful to dialogue with you about my own feelings as I seek understanding of myself within myself. Alice, I feel in awe of what you bring to our table. Your wisdom, organization, and fierceness challenge me to raise the bar on my own goals. At the same time, you consistently communicate humility, accessibility, and compassion. You're never exclusive about all you can do that I cannot. Instead, you share your experience generously for all our benefit. I'm humbled every week by the observation that you could easily do what you do in more illustrious circles, yet you work humbly and wholeheartedly right alongside us here. As an area for reflection and genuine curiosity on my part, when does your thinking run towards binary terms, right, wrong, good, evil, versus inhabit a broader spectrum? Two things like good and evil can be true inside a person all at once. And why do you think this happens? Rhetorical question. Audrey, I respect your strength. CPE is hard at any time of life. Here you've come to the end of a successful medical career in multiple challenging settings, yet your instinct is not to rest on your accomplishments, but to press forward into new areas of discomfort. As a 48-year-old woman looking to you as an example of a model I would like to grow towards, I hope very much that I might someday offer your blend of competency and compassion in my field. I also want to thank you for speaking up, as you often do, about what it's like to work in corrections. Sometimes I feel this type of chaplaincy is lonely, and the fact that you understand it intimately encourages me to engage with the CPOE cohort in healthy, constructive ways, even when I want to stay quiet. As an area for reflection from where I stand, your chaplain instincts are spot on. Please keep trusting this gift inside yourself. Donna, as soon as I saw you speak as a CPE 1A-er, I knew that having you as an instructor could change my life. I'm so thankful it happened during this 1B unit. I honor your intentionality. Each time you return one of my assignments, it is apparent to me that you have put tremendous reflection and thought into your response. In all honesty, I read through everything you write at least 5 times, and your words continue to live in the back of my mind as I move through my days. Another thing I love about your leadership is that you quite obviously care about each one of us, yet you're not afraid to jump into hard moments and conversations to challenge each one of us too. For me, this is an example of care meets accountability in action that I haven't seen modeled in many spaces. Thank you. As an area for reflection, your realness is lovely. I genuinely hope you share more of yourself with us as time goes on. Group as a whole, best group ever. Seriously, I feel so lucky when it comes to being in this space with you all. Thank you for your grace and compassion. as we all learn and grow together. I kept the next one, staff. I should have taken it out. I just wrote about my supervisor, but there's so many staff we engage with. I guess the last part is the important part that I could write about all the different staff, but I'll set that aside for now, as I think there's more complexity to all of that than this midterm assignment entails. Just all the webs of relationship that come with being a chaplain and being identified as a chaplain. You could probably teach a whole class on it. Additional comments, just the formatting one. I asked Donna for the midterm eval separately formatted. That has probably been my biggest pain in the butt. And then even this one, when I worked on that copy, it still came out all messed up. So then I just asked ChatGPT to please reformat for me nicely. So this is nicely reformatted with all the margins back in place. Self-care. I actually kept a journal. I have that on my other personal machine, but since my understanding from Donna's description last week was that we kind of had to consolidate that down, I made it short. As I listened to all of you, I noticed that I lost some of what I communicated there, and that's fine for this. But what I will say is, because I work full time and I do school and CPE, my evenings aren't really mine. So self-care in the evening is not a great time for me. But one thing I do that's really special, and I'm just going to tell you all about it because it's my favorite, is on Tuesday mornings from basically 9:30 to 12:30, 10 to 12:30, I play volleyball with a local community. And it's super diverse, like age, gender, culture, background, everything. And it's just anywhere between like 10 and 15 of us that get together every week, like clockwork, all the different skills, all the different stories. And we argue and we play hard and we high five and then you play opposite someone and play with them. And it just, for me, is like a reset every week. I go to this thing and it's like, boom, my slate is totally clear for the week in front of me. So it's my job is very rigorous, but when I took it, I told my boss how important that was to me. And I was like, can I accommodate this? And she said, yeah, just make the day you do that your admin day from home. So I actually built my whole week schedule around this day, around this 3-hour chunk. There's no family, no other commitments. And I look forward to it like anything. So even though these are what happened during this 30-minute window, I do feel that I have that and some other just exercise classes that I take because I love them, that I do just not really in this particular window. So just so you all are aware, I'm pretty good at the body self-care piece of things. Still learning the emotional self-care piece of things. So that's it. That's all I have.
This is very beautiful. Thank you. First of all, I think I know 3 of your professors that were very good friends. David Downs, Kyunjin Kim, and Janet Og. I'm sure you know them. So we are next door. Please come to APU sometimes and I'll make sure you have good meal. Anyway, aside from that, 25 minutes for me, by the way. um, I just love that your midterm evaluations answering. I was just, if you could notice, I was nodding because you're answering some of the questions I had, because you have you work in this prison setting, which is what Paul do when Paul went to Athens. He never preached about the Lord. He met people where, that's why Acts 17 is very important. He never preached about Christ at all. Christ crucified begins where they are, talk about the things they are interested in. And you always do that with verbatim, obviously has to be. And there, that connection with the theological is hard to see because you are really focused on meeting people where they are and using their language. So you use that language a lot. And I'm like, but Kate is a seminarian. She's in seminary. I want to hear more about that the theological Kate that meets these people. Where is that aspect of her, and where how does she does that identity ground her in this conversation? Not like you bring the conversation to it, but how it sets the stage on which you are doing the work you are doing. I've never been able to see that. But your midterm evaluation, just I hear all that language about God. I'm like, yes, Kate, bring it on. So I see now that composure of yours, that ability to meet people where they are, that deep empathy, that deep, I would say, heart for the marginalized, excluded, these people who are like confined, deprived of any sense of independence, stripped away from them. You're able to meet them in that space. It's only you're only able to do that because of the grounding where you're feeding from to be able to do the work you are doing. That I could just sense so profoundly in your verbatim. I said, okay, that's where she gets that ability to do that. So I love that. I love how and I was like very impressed by your ability to, like you just shared. You took the time for self-care, the kind of self-care that allows you to breathe the whole week. I love that. I think it's something I should learn from you because I don't do that well. I love to pick out what I lack and I see that in you, your ability to just the heart that you have for the work you do is very palpable. It's not something that is, sometimes people use superlative of the thing they do that they don't do. It is felt so much that the kind of presence you bring in this space. And I love how you said they are able to articulate and say they trust you, they feel safe. That's all what trauma-informed care does. That people's ability to feel safe, that the fundamental aspect of trauma-informed care is safety first before anything else. And you see these people, this population that everybody don't want to approach, but they come to you, you let them come and they feel safe with you and they're able to say, Kate, we feel safe with you. I just love that. I love that because all of this, being in that type of confinement, an aspect of their life is they're traumatized. Doesn't matter whether they are the one who did what. These are people who are already traumatized by just being confined the way they are. So all in all, thank you, and thank you. Feedback with me. Those are very theological questions, by the way, and I'm glad you say it's a rhetorical question because we need a whole class to be able to delineate what that means. But but thank you, Kate, for the work you do, and I'm grateful we are a team together, a community formed that will build each other up and grow in our vulnerability, also in our strength. So thank you.
Thank you.
That was really good, Kate. I just enjoyed the whole presentation. But I told you that I had admired you when I found out about the children, right? And the 60-year-old, and you had to add you're in a master's program? Really? That's just awesome. That just more confirms my what I felt about you and your strength. And because I know of the environment in which you work and being able to still carry the light, for your light to continue to shine, because that's all I see when I see you is light. And I know that that environment is a dark place. And it can be a dark place, but to be able to continue to carry your light and your light to shine, and you as you are in the CPE program, in a master's program, you know, being a mother and doing all of that, that is like strength beyond anything I've seen. And I thought I was a pretty strong person, but I just think it's awesome. And then your work, your feedback, your approach when you're giving your feedback is so encouraging. And I know if you're doing this for us, that this is what you get to share also with the people who need it, who really need it. So for me personally, I'm just glad to see that they have someone like you in that environment. I really am. Um, because I prayed for my facility and I prayed for people, for staff like you. And so I'm glad that they have you there. I really am. And I'm also glad that I get to be with you in this group and get to share from some of those experiences and learn and kind of reflect on some of the things that I remember and that I've gone through. Me listening to you is kind of like therapy because I'm reflecting on some of my experiences and I'm letting some things go. Just based on the reflection. So I really appreciate it. Yeah, that was a very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey.
Thank you for your presentation, Kate. The more I know you, the more I admire you because you are the gift from God to them. I'm going to put it that way. You are a gift of God to them because most of those people choose the way you can see them can intimidate you, use their presence, being scared. But there you are with the light that you have it in the middle of that darkness place. It's an amazing, and I can see God in you. The wisdom that He gave it to you, the kind, the heart, it's a miracle. I don't see myself doing that. Trust me. I'm happy where am I? You know, I'm so happy, so blessed to be there. And I admire you, you know. You are so strong. Your faith is strong. I don't know how do you feel about that, but I just want to give it to you some words of affirmation about your calling. You are in the right place. You are made by God to be in that kind of environment. You are fearless. I mean, I see you like being there talking with a family, and it's not easy to be in there. And you make see the being there is like going to the park. I can see you like go to the normal church, praising God with the people in the church. I can see you with that attitude there with the image. Thank you for being there. Thank you for being the station of the God we believe. I really appreciate it. And also thank you for the words that you give it to me and the feedback. I'm going to keep in me. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Alfredo. One thing I love about what you said is how there's church with me when I go to jail. I always feel when I'm in church just this hole of all the people that I care about who aren't there. Like it's just, it hits me every single time I'm in church. So I like how you've described the here and the there, because in whatever place I'm in, I miss the whole of that other group. I want so much for that to flow both ways for everyone. Like those inmates, they change us all really in so many ways for the better when you're in dialogue with God about all of it. So I appreciate that observation. Thank you for saying it.
Kate, I'm just curious about the place. Are you able to have services?
So I work in a jail. There's a lot of people don't understand about corrections. There's prisons, which is where people go after they're sentenced, and jail, which is basically like I call it kind of a rolling hot mess. So if it comes off the streets, a person comes off the streets, they come to us in jail. They're in jail while they either wait to be sentenced for prison or for whatever holding amount until they're released back out. So prison services are really much easier. It's a much more structured environment. Jail is a lot more chaotic. So we do have volunteers who come in and offer different things, and we try to be as consistent as we can. But if you can imagine somebody detoxing from off the street in the middle of a unit comes out, then there's a fight and an incident, and all the officers respond, the whole jail shuts down, and then you can't have service, you can't do anything. So it's just more you got to be more flexible. So yes, and also no, not quite the same way.
Thank you.
That distinction is so helpful because I only have experience in the prison context. And so knowing that particular aspect of the difference is helpful. I have an invitation, but I'm not sure it's relevant. So you allow me to say something that might be totally irrelevant. And I think about your framing of the lack of growing up in a faith tradition, and so that pastoral instinct doesn't come to you. But what if pastoral leadership really isn't something that you lack at all? But something that you're actively shaping through your own experience, your values, your voice. What would it be to just release this notion of lack and breathe in the fullness of the power of defining it? And then I could let you in on a secret that even those that my experience growing up in it didn't begin until I was probably 12, 13. So I'm not sure I got it from the time that I was in it. But what do you think about that? That, like I said, it may be completely irrelevant, but there's no lack. You're just constructing, you're creating.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I put it in my top blurb because I do really think that that's an area of wrestle for me now, just trying to understand what that is and what that means. From a broader context, I became a Christian about 27, age 27, then I was in the same church for a chunk of time. And that pastor, who was lovely, retired, and a new pastor came in. So really when I say I was a Christian, my whole church experience is just in this. And the new pastor was awful. He was authoritarian and cruel and manipulative and dishonest, but I didn't know. I thought church, God, you come late, you're like, oh, it's all the same, right? So you kind of have to learn how to sift through people in leadership and faith and put together your own pieces. So in a way it was good because I had one good pastoral example and another terrible example. And then as I've moved from there since, I've had such the gift of meeting good pastor after good pastor after good pastor. So then I kind of put the pieces together. What is pastoral? But what is leadership? And so for me, that really is the season I'm in. I think that you're right. I think those gifts can come from inside, but my background in this space has been that good pastors lead this way. And actually, I disagree with that. So part of it is that wrestle of saying, oh, that's not a true thing. Now I have to recalibrate. So I think for me, it's still just a season of sifting more than anything. And the gifts themselves are natural inside. The title is less natural, but the role of chaplain feels to me very natural. So I just, like Alice, I can't put all the pieces together quite yet. I think I'm building and becoming in my own way. I'm just learning to understand what that looks like in conversation with healthy models versus less healthy models, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Thank you. And I also have appreciation for my identified areas of growth. I meant to also say thank you to Audrey, who would prefer that I do Erickson's stages in 10 minutes instead of in 8. I got it. But I thank you also. And I will confess, I have repeatedly received that feedback. And I feel like I'm addressing it only to get it again. I'm like, well, let me revisit it. Perhaps I am not naked enough. I mean, I have not shared enough. So I'll continue to work on that. So thank you. Thank you. Are you guys up for another break? I bet you are. Kate, you're all done for sure? I cannot believe, thank you, that we are through mid-units. Wow, wonderful, everyone. Alice, you were going to say something? There's a reason you can't unmute. Thank you, Spirit.
Yeah, that is it. I was just saying we're done. Then next week, another verbatim.
Yes, next week, another verbatim. I can't wait for it. I want, I want to invite you to take a 10-minute break, and then let's come back and have some IPG time. So I'll see you in 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Yeah, PDF is not good for formatting. Huh, okay.
Sorry, say that again. Maybe
I'm sorry, I was thinking out loud. A PDF is not good for retaining, formatting, and being able to, it's not helpful.
Yeah, it is, but you can't edit it unless you have a PDF editor, but it will keep the formatting for you.
But you need it to be where you can edit it.
I happen to have a PDF editor. I don't know that everyone would because you have to pay for it. It's additional software.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'll keep thinking through it.
You can get this. There's a student version too, if anyone wants to have it. They have
Yes.
the regular and student version. Student
Okay.
version is cheaper, but it has to, you have to subscribe.
Okay.
Can and also have the ability to change from PDF to Word.
Oh, you have to have, okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay, well, thank you, thank you. I did our logistics earlier, so I don't have any logistical stuff um that I can recall. So let's begin our IPG time. Anybody want to claim some time?
I'll do it. I haven't fully processed this because it happened today. And I was thinking about putting it in a reflection, but I haven't even put space between it happening. So I'll just say it and see if y'all have any thoughts about it. So I teach a writing class, which we have our medium level dorms, and in our facility, we have some dorms that are programming, which get a little bit more structure and classes. You can finish your GED, sometimes even take college courses, and non-programming, which is basically where you put people that are not motivated to do very much. And so the teachers, all the groups that come in, they tend to target the programming dorms. But as a chaplain, one of my values is to be in all the dorms. No one really likes to be in because you just never know. And I've seen people attend this class that eventually sort themselves out and move through the jail system and end up being really impacted by it and much more open to dialoguing with other chaplains, and even if they come round and round for something like addiction, they tend to open over time. So I see a lot of value in kind of catching it at this source, which is often nasty. And so in this class, we get all kinds of people. Some are detox is basically when someone's coming off using drugs on the street. So their body has symptoms. There's also kind of like mental health rebalancing that happens in this space. So someone who's out not on meds comes to jail and then will be stabilizing with meds. So a lot of times you just get different personalities as a result of all this. And today I taught my class in this unit. Sometimes it's like the loveliest, most easygoing class ever. And today they were just contentious, like with each other, with me. There were kind of, I'll say, four key guys. So again, jail sort of works like around people. There's like pin people that sort of drive a tone of a thing. And in particular, there were four who were just really speaking up, really moving. And I'm fine with conflict. I can meet it and I can engage it. And there was a lot of pushing today, but I've noticed for the last 2 weeks, it's been like this, which is, I would say, not super usual to have this much, this intense, steadily. Weeks kind of go up and down, and it could be seasonal because when it gets dark and cold and the guys are locked up more, there do tend to be implications in the body for that. But I usually really like this class. It really energizes me. And I left today and I was like, I am exhausted again, like 2 weeks in a row, standing up to all this and taking their sass and moving things through from a class perspective. everything went fine. Like if you were just watching it, you would have had no issue. Deputy had no issue. People participated. The thing that stuck with me, I think that I felt at the end of it was there's like these four sassy guys kind of trying to drive things, and there's 40 people in the class. And some of the very quiet ones had no space to speak up, no space to process, just because of the noise and the dialogue and the sass and all of it. So I left kind of thinking, I feel tired and I feel like we didn't achieve that space that this class, it's the only class in this unit. No one else goes in this unit, just me every Wednesday, early morning. We didn't really create the space that we've historically cobbled together. And it's been 2 weeks, so I've been wondering about the pattern of it. So I thought maybe I would just say all of that in connection specifically with the weariness I feel at having engaged it, and just see if you all have any thoughts, reflections, advice.
Kate, were there triggers?
I wouldn't say specifically triggers. I think jail is like a steady run of triggers because doors open and close, people come and go, medical come, people wander in, people talk to people. So there's always something disruptive going on. And that's just a given. Every class I teach, it's happened every time. It's just kind of how that's absorbed into signposting and dialogue and attention focusing and pause. So technically no abnormal triggers. Technically in jail, 9 out of 10 things are a trigger.
In terms of content, the content being taught.
Oh, no, actually, the content was really well received. We were working on forgiveness, and I showed a video called The Serpent and the Saw, where a snake basically, a saw cuts a snake, and the snake attacks the saw in different ways and eventually ends up dying because it kills itself on the saw. So we were just talking about how forgiveness connects with that image. Like sometimes all our anger directed at something, but they seemed very receptive to that. The topic, the output from that, like what they would usually write or stand up and share, it was definitely less today, I think, in connection with just the more chaotic engagement. Overall tone of class.
Did you say it's been like that for 2 weeks?
2 weeks with this kind of four guys driving a sassy dynamic that sort of inserts itself. And part of me was thinking, okay, that it's testing. As you know, there's a lot of testing in this space, and there's two pieces I think factor in is one, it's really important that I communicate patience and consistency, even when I don't feel it in this space, because that's something most of them lack in life. And actually, it means a lot, even when they say it doesn't mean a lot, or even when they act like it doesn't mean a lot. I see in their writing, in their reflections, in their engagement with me that it does mean a lot. And the other piece I was thinking is I wonder about like an ADD dynamic, something where maybe other practices can be brought into the space so that hands are busy and coloring is happening, things like that. So that's actually what I was kind of thinking about, was how I could swap my model with all the things that are not allowed in jail, right? Because you could just bring in watercolors or colored pencils. We cannot. So what would that look like in a space where hands could be busy and materials were not prohibited?
Oh, I was thinking on that same line, do something different. And then if it's possible, those four, get them busy. Make them apart in the beginning so that they don't have time. I mean, it may work, it may not work, but I would suggest try something different. If it's been 2 weeks in a row, something different. Introduce something different into whether it's I don't know, the topic, or like you said, drawing. We're gonna start with an exercise. I do know the environment, and so that may work today, and then tomorrow, there's something else. But the beauty of it is we learn to be flexible. So if it's not working, then we shift. Because in county jail, tomorrow you got a whole new group of people. All those people are gone. And so here we're gonna start all over again. So I appreciate you thinking about it and reflecting on it and trying to figure out what can I do to make the environment a little better, to make it more productive, and so that everybody is able to get something out of it.
Thank you. Yeah, you said something that actually makes me think more, because this dorm is where they put the people that really can't go anywhere else. So they don't actually always turn over. It's a little more complicated in jail these days, but that may be a part of my weariness. Is this class for a long time I've just had kind of a really sweet group of people, and now I have this dynamic that seems like it's going to stick around for a little bit. And that, I think, changes the energy required of me. And that's the piece I'm noticing as like, oh, okay. I don't think my old model of me will sustain the energy for what these this dynamic is asking for right now. And what should I do about that? Should I pause or step away or fight harder or try a different technique? Like all these things, they just kind of at the beginning run through your head as viable options, and you think which would be the right thing.
Kate, is it again? This is speaking from an educator's perspective. Could you maybe make a class covenant with them? That is what I do for all my classes. We make a class covenant. That is how we will behave in the classroom. The expectation of how the entire class will behave. And if somebody is digressing from that, then someone else will call them back. Then I will reread our class covenant to the class. Do you think it's something that can work? And second, are they required to be there in that class?
You're on mute.
Such good questions. No, they're not required to be there. In terms of a covenant, that was actually something I was noodling on too. There's just a lot of, I'll call it social awkwardness, social unawareness. If you're homeless and you do drugs, like your life on the streets, this is people who take like Donna's ACE test and score anywhere between a 6 and a 10. So like big stuff has happened in their lives, and they don't always do group dynamics well. Some figure out power, some don't. A covenant, I was just trying to think like,
or a class agreement, you can call, because covenant might bring something different. Some people call it the class agreement that everybody signs day one. But as you say, if they come with already the inability to regulate their emotions already, then it's difficult for, yeah. But at least they might know the class as a whole have an agreement signed in terms of how we are going to behave in this class as a group, as a team, and that we help each other to ensure that we are maintaining that agreement, which is not necessarily you, but the others will call to attention. Hey, we did agree, this is how we're going to behave in this class. And we all signed it, meaning we agreed to that. I made them sign, I made the students sign. And it's very helpful because it allows them to be self-accountable. But I don't know if that is, it might not even be, it might not be something you can contextualize within the unique setting in which you are. But you being so exhausted, one day you're going to burn out. I know how that you get cognitively and emotionally exhausted, that will take a toll at some point.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Nothing about this makes me feel burnt out. It's just I know the warning sign for what I won't be able to sustain. So I do want to explore that. I guess part of it, not so much my own burnout, but like if four guys always have to dominate a room, part of what I have to work with them on is like, does that always have to be the case? Can we like think about others in the room and like how do you do that? So yeah, yours is an interesting idea, covenant. I don't know. I know it wouldn't translate directly. That would just be seen as like it would probably create a reactive response to authority. But I think there are ways to do what you're talking about. I would just have to think about it a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the ideas.
Is there any pattern in you in terms of how you're showing up over the last 2 weeks that's different?
I don't think so, besides all the things that Audrey so kindly listed for me before, and that it's midterms, which honestly, it's been done before. Like I get how it all works and that it passes. So other than that, which probably bears its own weight, nothing significantly different. Actually, I could probably say this, that before I just would have been like, all right, we'll just keep moving through it. Everything, every week it changes. That's jail. But now I look at this and I'm like, I have impact in the space. Is there anything I could do differently to impact this? I think that might be the only difference is I'm thinking less like, oh, we just chug along in our writing schedule and more like, there's other stuff going on. What can I do differently?
And in part, you're labeling the other stuff that's going on, your awareness of group dynamics.
Yes.
That's really great. I love that for the clinical method of learning. Awesome.
Well, I just got another objective point indicator. Thanks, Donna.
Well, apparently you need to work on it. I'm just kidding, but good. Good.
And I'm done. If somebody else wants to pick up, I'll just say that. Like, I appreciate just being able to say this and that I'm puzzled by it and have you all receive it and give me some more things to chew on. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to claim some space, some minutes, and just kind of share with where I am, and to thank you guys for you don't even know what you have helped me to get through. But this past Sunday, I lost my sister. Unexpectedly, she passed away. She was home, and we had been calling her, and my nephew had been looking for her, and finally did a welfare check, and there she was in her apartment. And we don't have a lot of answers yet. I thought they said she was alive when they found her, but then later on they said, they couldn't revive her when she got to the hospital. So I'm not sure of the details. So we're still in that. So I'm in the, I guess you can say, the first stage of grief right now. And I am just so thankful for this group, for CPE. I had mentioned before to somebody that this time on Wednesday evenings is like a self-care time for me. But I really didn't understand how therapeutic and um, soothing and part of my own spiritual care it is for me until I started going through this particular thing. When you talk to family, everybody's emotional, and it's like I don't want to go there yet. Or my church family, they all want to come over, and that's just not where I am right now. So I'm thankful that I have this group and this platform where I was able to continue with life as usual today. I had a goal, I had a plan. Didn't know if it was gonna work. Didn't know how long, I was gonna be able to hang in. Um, and I had planned to just share. I just get it off. Feel free to, if you want to ask questions or whatever, that's fine. But my plan was just to get it off. And then I looked on the schedule and there was no IPG on there. So I said, okay, God, I guess I'm just gonna keep this in. And lo and behold, here's an IPG and a chance for me to just say what I'm feeling. And I appreciate that. And for me, I just have to honor God for me because He just really takes care of everything. Everything just goes right into place. Whatever it is I need for the moment, He provides. So even when I looked and I saw that there was no IPG, I just thought, oh well, at least I got to talk to my teacher today during supervision. So I just want to thank you all for this space and this time, and for me to be able to share, and what you all poured into me today has helped, to strengthen me and to encourage me as we continue to go through this. It's part of my life.
Oh my God, Audrey, and you were able to be here tonight. What a deep, deep sense of you are very brave. And from the depth of my heart, I want to say my biggest condolence.
Yeah.
And that you had the courage to be here tonight and presented the way you did. It takes a woman of courage, and I would not be able to, but you did. You honored the life of your sister, and because of that life, you were able to keep going. because that is a way of honoring her today. I'm so deeply touched. So deeply touched to share with us as a group and know that we're going to hold you. May I ask you the name of your sister?
Janice.
Janice.
Mhm.
I will hold your sister in prayer. And if you allow me, we do midnight prayer every day. If you allow me, I'll bring it to the group to hold her in prayer. And thank you for sharing.
Yes.
Thank you for your courage.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I absolutely appreciate prayer. And thank you for saying that about my sister, because that's what I told my other sister. She probably would get up and come visit me if I just sat home and said, I am not going to class. Because that's who she was. She's just turned 65 this year, and she just retired, moved to Las Vegas to be closer to her son and her grandson. And just a few months out of retirement, but a few good months. She's had a good life and just a lot of fun in the last, few months. And I really believed she would say, get up. You need to keep going. You need to keep moving. And so, yeah, I have my moments and I allow the waves to come and go. But um, I, yeah, I thank God that I had this to be able to come to. I knew that this was not just the assignment that I had to do, but it's something I wanted to do and needed to do. And so, why miss the opportunity? So the whole experience was very, very therapeutic. Very therapeutic.
Audrey, I love how her voice speaks from inside of you as you talk. Just that piece of her and piece of you that know each other, whatever that looks like, whatever form it takes now. It's very beautiful that you honor that and that you share that with us and that you bring her into this space with you, even as you come. So sad. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Kate.
I am deep, deep, deep touched by you. Okay. I don't know how you feel about loss your sister, because I have all my relatives. But I'm curious if you can share about your feelings to loss. I can see your tap. Yeah, that's good. But what exactly happening inside of you, in your heart? How much you missing her?
Missing her very much. And it's just sad. It's sad. It's surprising, unexpected. Um, Part of in the beginning, it was like some anger because we had been calling her, and then it was, should we have gone over there sooner? Could we have, what happened? So there's just a mix of emotions, and I have some questions, and I'm going to be asking them and trying to get more information. But death is a part of life. I do understand that. I have lost loved ones, my mother and father, and so death is not new to me. Um, the one thing I know is that I will get through it. So I remember the pain, I remember the sadness, but I also know that I got through it. And so I just take it one day, 1 minute one step at a time. And I just thank God that in my life right now, I can, if I need to take a time out, I can take a time out. If I need to go, I can go. If I need to shut it down. When I lost my mother, I didn't have that option. My kids were small. I had to work, and I had, so there's other things I had to do. But at this point, I can grieve. I can go through the process and just remember her. We're going to do a celebration of life, and she was a funny. We just laughed all the time. And so me and my other sister were just looking back at pictures because we've gone to Jamaica together. We've done as sisters lots of things together, and each time we're laughing
Yes.
because of something Jan did or said. You know, she didn't mean any harm, but stuff would just come out of her mouth. So I have a lot of good memories. If I had my choice, she would still be here with me right now. But I do believe in God, and I believe that His will be done whether I want it to or not. And so I just lean on Him, and I trust in Him to get through.
Yeah, just walk in the process.
Hmm.
Because when my mom passed away 2 years ago, I don't cry to her. God spoke to me, and I don't cry. Later on, year later,
Mm.
I start crying. I start remember her, and I start missing her. And I start walking through that process. Because as a Christian, I noticed in the beginning, I tried to rush to cross the process running. And later on, I find out that I have to walk the process and accept it. I know she's with God. I know
Hmm.
all this thing because I'm Christian. But as a human, I have to understand that process. That's why I ask about your feelings. Because when that happened to me, I feel so strong. I feel so peaceful. Everybody say, "You okay?" Yeah. I don't see you cry. Why do I have to cry? And I feel that strong in the moment. But later on, I start crying for that. So what happened with me? It's years ago, a year ago. And I find out that the process I have to walk to accept feelings, to cry when I have to, when I feel it. There's nothing wrong. That's why I asked that question. How do you feel? I say you can feel strong, which is good. Help you in that moment. Thanking God for everything. You have a lot of good memories. The last memory I have with my mom was 4 years ago when I left my home. When I had a 17 years old and I decided to come to USA by myself. I don't see them very often. Once every 6, 7 years. And all the good memories I have was when I was a child, and I keep it. I treasure those memories, and I collect those memories, and help me a lot. But this process make good time. As you say, you lose your mom, your dad, but every process is different. Every loss is different. Sometimes we think that we are ready to lose somebody because we know God, but Everything is different. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for be so vulnerable with us. Be open with us. Trust in us. And then we're gonna anoint your wounds with oil, with love, with kindness. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you, Aria.
Thank you, Alfredo. Well, thank you guys for allowing me to vent. It helped. It's very helpful. Thank you so much.
Always I say about this moment, for me, it's a healing process. This is a time where I can be open and receive healing. This is the most precious time for me in the class because I can be who am I. I don't have to fake anything. I can tell you I feel so bad, and you understand me.
Done if someone else had something.
I don't want to cut anyone off, Alfredo or Alice. Did you want to claim any time tonight? Okay. Again, thank you, Kate and Audrey, for sharing in this space, and our prayers are with you both differently, but with you both. And good night. See you next week.
Good night.